Looking good. Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Ephemeral One. Sorry, just making sure the stream is properly up. Give me half a second. Sorry. Forgot to plug my phone in. Just making sure everything's up and running like it's supposed to be. Perfect. Okay, so with that all said and done, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Ephemeral One, and welcome to playing Magic the Gathering Arena. Simply put, well, I play it off and on every now and then, and it's been a long time. And Magic the Gathering is a card game I have always enjoyed. And I figured it was long overdue that I share some of my personal views on the game, as well as just in general and share it with and see if anyone else has some tips, tricks, and there's always more to learn. So, I figured, what the hell. So, you might notice, well, okay, if we're going to be the game, if you install the game, they'll give you a basic tutorial on how the game works and all that. I'll leave you to explore that on your own. So this will be a tutorial for largely me basically going through how to build a deck, because deck building seems to be the most common thing people tend to hate to do. In all truth, that seems to be the biggest thing most people hate to do, is figuring out how to build a deck. I have seen so many people that just tell me, oh, I just go online and I just look up whatever someone else did, and I'll just use that. To which I will always state, you are then missing out on a good half to 2/3 of the thrill and interest of a card game, in my opinion. But that's the thing. If I have a card game I enjoy, I'm not a collector mentality. Never have been, never will be. No, if I'm into a card game, I enjoy playing the card. Like, there is some amazing art on Magic the Gathering, and the artists are just, from the top notch, some of the best. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to work on the part that everyone despises, supposedly, deck building. I had a couple of decks I had that were just fiddling around when playing with things, but I figured, let's go one by one, each color, and go make a deck, create, theorize, get an idea of what a deck does, and then get to see it in action. And I'm just noticing how bad my frame rate is. Gods. Alright, come on. How bad is this? Yeah, I'm just noticing how it says I've lost about half my frames already, and all I've been doing is sitting on a screen. That's not incredibly encouraging. But it seems to be going down, so maybe my internet just chugged for a second there. Alright. So anyway, I'm gonna leave it up to that my internet just chugged for a while there, and luckily all I was doing was talking. So, this will be the deck screen. And if you ever need more packs, of course, this is the store where they allow you to purchase it for money or for... for money or for the in-game currency gold. Well, I have enough, so we'll pick up yet another of the modern Aether Drift. Though, bear in mind, they let you buy packs from pretty far back. Phyrexia, Brothers War, Dominar, Baldur's Gate, New Capennia. Yeah, like, they let you go far back. Core 2021... 2020, Ravnica, Guilds, Ixalan. I think, to give you an idea how long it has been, really, I want to say it was well before, like, yeah, like I was all the way back well before, so I played Arena a bit at the very beginning and just kind of fell off, but either way. So, pick up a pack, claim it, and let's go open it. And what'd we get this time? Guide-like Pathmaker, Plow Through, what you hope your boyfriend does. Anyway, Siphon Fuel, Daring Mechanic, put a 1/1 counter on target mount or vehicle, Wreck Remover, whenever a creature enters or attacks, exile up to one target card from a graveyard, you gain a life. That's pretty damn good, actually. And just a wild card. Okay. So, that's opening a pack. You do enough of those, you have a whole pile of cards. Now the part is sorting through them all to figure out what you want to do. Now, before you even begin to start on the deck, you have to ask yourself one simple question. What tools do you want to work with? And for that, well, first and foremost, there are various modes. For this situation, we'll be playing with the basic standard. So, there are all sorts of game modes in this game. For now, just focus on standard. If you're not familiar with Magic the Gathering, that's perfectly fine. Now, there's a character to each. The way Magic the Gathering is divided is largely along 5 lines. We call them the colors. There is white, blue, black, red, and green. Each color represents a different basic philosophy about what they want, about how you want to accomplish things. You'll note, however, there are also some extra cards here. And these are lands. These are how you generate the mana. We'll get to that in a moment. There's also technically a 6th color that you would call artifacts. These are actually non-color cards. They are not one of the main 5. Now, each of the colors have associated lands that generate mana. That is the cost you see in the top right corner of every card. Every card has a cost of some kind. If it represents the white symbol, that means it requires 1 white mana, which can be generated by the planes. Now, there are various versions of planes and things that act as planes, but at the end of the day, each color has their own assigned generator of mana. So, plains, islands, swamps, mountains, and forests. And yeah. Oh, and there are various designs, so if you have a particular art you love of a forest or such, feel free to use it. Characterizing your deck and making it all your own is part of the thrill of deck making. So, we're not going to worry about fancy right now. We're just going to work on utility. Now, a lot of people will tell you, okay, so the first thing you want to do is pick one of the colors. I think today we'll be trying to make a monocolor of each deck. What I mean by that is we will only be using cards of the assigned color. I may reach into artifacts, we'll see. But yeah, fun little thing too, like anytime you see that symbol, there's actually like 2 different art types. So, yeah, that's all it is. If you see that symbol next to a card. So like here, yeah, Leonum. Yep. Basically, I have it from 2 different series. Anyway, regardless. So then the big question that opens up is, for a lot of people. Okay, and this is where most people get daunted when trying to build a deck. There's a simple question. Oh. Sorry, just making sure. Because it looked like for a second there. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, no, my phone. Okay, my phone. Okay. Okay, anyway. So, and this is where most people end up getting overwhelmed. Is I have so many cards. How can I possibly pick what's going to be useful or effective for what I want to do? Here's what I'm going to say. Don't worry about your strategy at first. Instead, pick a specific thing you want to accomplish and let everything work from there. How do you want to achieve victory? Or as, the more veteran card players will term it, what is my win condition? What do I want my opponent to sit there, stand back, and go, there's nothing more I can do? That is the question you need to answer. My suggestion when finding that answer is honestly, go to the end of your deck, and look for the most expensive card. The most expensive card will be the centerpiece, the jewel, the final blow, the big card that just makes everyone else go, well, shit, there's nothing I can do. This is, I have lost. What am I going to be able to do, and what card do I want to be the jewel of my crown? There's something like Zetalpa, the Primal Dawn, an extremely legendary and powerful creature. It's also extremely expensive at 8 mana. Has flying, double strike, vigilance, trample, indestructible. It's a huge, powerful creature. Is that something you want to play in a solid white deck? Maybe not. We have Valor's Flagship, a legendary artifact vehicle that, when you cycle this card, create X 1/1 colorless pilot creature tokens with this token saddle mounts and crews vehicles as though its powers were 2 greater. In other words, this is something that you could cycle and put in your deck and effectively create creatures to pilot and crew vehicles. So if you're doing a huge vehicle-focused deck, that would be useful. But for some, again, if something feels overwhelming, let it be overwhelming and go, that's not for me, it's not for me yet. So move on to something else. Look to the next card that's maybe useful. Soaring Sandwing, a 3/5 dinosaur that when this creature enters, you gain 3 life. Pretty basic. And it has plane cycling. Discard this card, search your library for a planes card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. So that means this has some use for you, even if you can't play it at 6, you can at least 2 to get a planes out to better your position. Not great though. Mass Production. Create 4 1/1 colorless soldier artifact tokens. So, soldiers. Mass Production. For 6 mana, what could possibly be... Now this is where, okay, that might be something. This creates soldiers. Is there any other thing that supports soldiers? This search bar up here, after I click this, sorted out everything that wasn't a white card. Alright. And Mass Production. So, well, let's see. It says it creates soldiers. So maybe we try typing in soldier. Is there other cards that perhaps like that support, and maybe where producing 4/1/1 soldiers could make an enemy opponent throw their hands up and go, well, that's it. I can't do anything else. So let's see. There's also Sterling Supplier. When this creature enters, put a 1/1 counter on another creature you control. So it's 5 mana to improve another creature and is flying itself. The Hazda Vigilante. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control with power 2 or less. Or Scrapwork Cohort. When this creature enters and adds another 1/1 soldier, and has the ability to unearth, to return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste, exile it at the beginning of next end step, or if it would leave the battlefield, unearth it only as a sorcery. Yeah, so you would basically get a free extra soldier if the Scrapwork Cohort. Let's see. After it dies, basically you can get a pay 3 to get it back for a turn. When this creature enters, a 1/1 colorless gnome artifact creature. And the Yordian Medic has lifelink, so it does damage dealt by a creature with lifelink causes you to gain life equal to it, the damage it does. Alright. Veteran's Power Blade. It's cheaper to equip to a soldier, and the equipped creature gets +2/+0. Well, there's something. And Thousand Moons Infantry. This creature untaps during each other player's untap step. So in other words, so you can attack, and this one untaps on your opponent, so it'll be basically able to block it, attack and then block. Whenever another creature control power 2 or less enters, you may pay 1 and draw a card. And Intrepid Rapid. When this creature enters battlefield, target creature you control gets 1/1 at the end of turn. And you may pay an additional 1 to get a 1/1 creature with it. When this creature attacks, alright. This is based on the number of creatures you control. When this creature creates another soldier. Valiant. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability you control, for the first time each turn, it gets +0/+2, and you may sacrifice it to destroy a target artifact or enchantment. Dawning Marshal. Creatures you control. Lifelink. Yeah, unfortunately, nope, there is no specific... Yeah, there is no specific soldier one, so we'll leave it be. But as you can see, that's what it is. You just keep looking to see, is there some specific thing I can do or want to do? Alright. So no, there's nothing that makes mass production a devastating force. What about the Bounding Felidar? Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, put a 1/1 counter on each other creature you control. You gain 1 life for each of those creatures, and requires 2 power, a creature with 2 power to saddle it. Now, there's something that might be useful, because that adds a 1/1, but of course it has to attack, so it has to survive a turn to be able to do so. So, that's not very likely to happen. Archway Angel. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life for each gate you control. I'll tell you right now, this one's not going to be it. The gates are nice, but that's if you're playing a heavily multicolored deck, and nah. The Unstable Glyph Bridge. Craft. It's an artifact. When this cast it for each player, if you cast it for each player, choose a creature with power 2 or less they control, then destroy all creatures except creatures chosen this way. And if you craft with artifacts, so exile another artifact you control or an artifact card from your graveyard, exile this card, and return it transformed under its owner's control, can only be used cast as a sorcery, so you can only do it on your main turn, basically. And it becomes a golem that's 5/3 with flying, and whenever an opponent casts a spell during their turn, they can't attack you or planeswalkers you control this turn. Each opponent who attacked you or a planeswalker you control this turn can't cast spells. Not a bad, but a pretty expensive. Tocasia's Onulet. Artifact creature construct. When this creature leaves the battlefield, you gain 2 life, and then you can unearth it to do it again. Not the worst. Sir Aelin, the Lion's Claw. Whenever Sir Aelin attacks, all other creatures you control get +1/+1 for the turn. Now there's something. A legendary knight. That might not be bad, actually. And he has First Strike. And is basically a free +1 to everyone you attack with. Which doesn't have to be any particular... Usually that would have a stipulation of it be a specific creature, but... We already saw about Bird Soldier. Shepherd of the Clouds. It's a Pegasus with flying and vigilance. When this creature enters, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Then return that card to the battlefield instead if you control a mount. Alright, so there's something. Because that could get you a free card to attack with and start to really shift the state of the battle. Alright. That sounds like something we could work with. The Shepherd of the Clouds. So, let's look at what we have in terms of mounts. Or just mount. Sorry. Alright. So in terms of mount, of course we had the Valor's Flagship, which is a 7/7 but requires a crew of 3 value to be able to... and does have some nice abilities. But it's such of an expensive card, you would never get to really play it necessarily. But it's something to consider. Especially if we have the Shepherd of the Clouds. No, because that's still... But let's see, what other? Horse Mount, the Battlefield Mustang. Whenever this creature attacks, while saddled, untap it and put a 1/1 counter on it. And has a saddle of 1. The Bridled Bighorn. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, create a 1/1 white sheep token. Fortune, the Loyal Steed. When Fortune enters, scry 2. Whenever Fortune attacks while saddled, at the end of combat, exile it, and up to 1 other creature that's saddled at this turn, then return those cards to the battlefield under their owner's control. And Daring Mechanic. Robot Pilots. Yeah. Okay. So, do I have enough? I'm missing a wild card. Okay. I can at least do the second one. So, I can at least craft that one. Okay. So, let's start with this idea. So we need mount. So what do we want? So, yeah, Battlefield Mustang. The Shepherd, which would be able to pull, not the Mustang, but... let's see. Fortune, the Loyal Steed. Canyon Vaulter. Whenever this creature saddles... yeah. Whenever this creature saddles or mounts a crew vehicle during the main phase, that mount or vehicle gains flying. And Steer Clear. Deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking. Okay. Or the Battlefield Glider. Takes saddle 3, but gains attack and flying. And at that point, we might as well take there. But alright, so we have a little bit of synergies with being able to mount, and then we have a couple pilots and a couple of mounts to throw them on. So maybe we say saddle. Is that everything that has saddle? Yes, it is. Okay. And all my pilots. Hey, dwarf pilot. Yeah, no, that's... Okay. So, basically we're looking to have, you know, vehicles, mounts. Maybe vehicle. Try that. Alright, there were some we were missing. Enchantment Aura. When this light wheel enhancements. Enchant vehicle or start your engines. Enchanted permanent gets +1 in... Okay. So this is an enchantment. So this goes on top. Yep. So. Yeah, that can definitely work. Any other? When this vehicle enters, scry. Yeah, sure. And air response unit. Again, simple. And yeah. Daring mechanic. Okay. That's a little... Okay. So now we have an idea. We basically want to have, like, interface ace, mount one of our vehicles, and then ride it on to victory. Then we have Shepherd of the Clouds, which we can return something cheap, something of our, like, Daring Mechanic or Air Response unit, or lower in cost, back to the battlefield if we have someone mounted. So that can be very much useful. So, yeah. So say we've got a couple of cards that are just like that. Now a deck is up to 60 cards, meaning we can have up to, you know, we still need another 21 before we have a deck that can work. Then, let's see. What else can we do? Well, we've all been focused on the creatures, and that's, honestly, the balance ain't great. Like, if you look, average is 3 cost, 11 creatures, 4 non-creatures. Not the worst. Alright. So, then what else can we do? Well, we don't have any instants, or instant cards are spells that have instant effects that can alter your situation. So in this case, we'll look at instants and sorceries. And we're looking for things that will help us keep our creatures on the board. Let's see. Lay down arms. Exile target creature with mana value less or equal to the number of planes. That could be useful, but that'll be more useful in a couple other types of decks. Like Shield Parry. Target creature gains +2/2, and you could cycle it, so you could try and find a different card if it wasn't useful. Target artifact or creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, scry 1. So if you have an idea that its opponent is going to cast something that's going to harm one of your creatures and you absolutely need to keep it alive, for 1 mana to save on an opponent's turn, that's huge. So I think that's worth it. Moment of Triumph allows us to get a creature to gain power, and we gain life. We saw Steer Clear, which is not the worst. Surge of Salvation. This is one I personally love. Adamant Will. Just gets +2/2 and gains Indestructible. So not only can you send a creature into a fight it should lose, but you can do so and come out, without losing the creature. Or, let's see. Deadly Riposte. Disenchant. I think the one we're mainly looking for... Recommission. Oh, this is a big one. Yeah. Return target artifact creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, I could live with that. The other thing I majorly want... Where is Pacifism? Because if you're playing a white deck, this is one of the most instant... Oh, right, I'm on my sorceries. I forgot to include enchantments. Okay. Because enchantments are permanents that sit on the field and enchant a creature. So they can allow you to have various secondary effects. Like enchanting a creature to get +1/+1, or assemble the players. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. Once your turn, you may cast a creature spell with power 2 or less from the top of your library. Let's see, where is it? Builder's Talon, where basically... no, I don't want to make more, but just to see it. This is an enchantment class type, where gain next level as a sorcery to add to its ability. When this class enters, create a 0/4 wall creature with Defender. Whenever this one or more non-creature, non-land permanents you control enter, put a 1/1 counter on the target creature you control. And then for 5 mana, when this class becomes level 3, return target graveyard to the battlefield. Not bad. But what I'm looking for... Yep. Cooped Up. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature can't attack or block. Why would I want to do that? You can do that to an opponent's creature to negate it. So that is always fantastic. Let's see. And... You know what? Just to be a dick, we can do it 8 times. So 8 parts of my deck are dedicated to just negating what an opponent can do. Yeah, white decks typically have either the idea of purity and being sanctified, or trust in the holy knights. It's actually... It's not my best, but it's definitely a solid color, and it always is worth respecting. Alright. Let's see. Anything else? Yeah, that's expensive. Yeah, we'll take that. And we got 5 left. Let's go with... Yeah, because we're just looking for some quick buffs, so... And we'll take the Moment of Triumph. And yeah, I think we'll add a couple generically good creatures. So when you can't find anything, there are some creatures that are just generally useful. For example, here, the Healer Hawk. It just does, it's 1/1 damage, it's quick to get out. Worst case, you can always use it to help crew something, or more unlikely, you're just going to peck at the enemy to give a small advantage in health. So, we'll go with that. Because every little bit helps. So, with this deck, we're just going to call it Run Circles. Because our entire point, an entire idea, is we're just looking to run circles as we disable our opponent and mount our creatures to run them over. Okay? So, we've made a deck. It's a pile of cards. We don't know if they'll work or not, so the best thing to do, head over to home, click play, standard, yep. And let's try and run circles around opponents. More than likely, I'm going to lose. I'm not going to hide that fact. This is not a great deck. This isn't even that good of a deck. But the point isn't to be the person who wins every game. It's to test, it's to experiment, it's to try out. The mighty, huh? Well, let's see. Alright. In this particular... Wow, okay. Must have got a real bad draw. Or he's one of those people who have their deck set so that... I was going to say, I was going to mulligan, because the opening hand didn't look that good. But, don't worry about getting all the goodies. Again, the whole point is more so to try your deck out. This is where you start to have some pride and idea of, okay, will this work? Not a clue. And we won't know until we try it out. Hopefully we get an opponent who sticks around for long enough. Alright, this ain't great, but sure. Like, this is bad because all we have are supporting cards with nothing to actually play. So, alright. And next up. And looks like they're playing a blue-black deck. Alright. Alright. Start your engines. Okay. Okay. And my turn. Not great opening hand, but... well, have it so that can't be used. So that doesn't matter anyway. But we're kind of stuck. We either have things we can't use, and they played a card to be able to force us to discard because they wanted to see what we had. That's what the eye symbol on your cards mean, is your opponent knows exactly what's in your hand. Yep. So now they know I can't play anything. And that I'm stuck until I either get one more mana. Yep. And they're just going to... yep. Go ahead. Hey! Top deck, so they know we have it. And now, actually, the upside is we will be able to basically play whatever we get our hands on. So, yep. The nice part is we don't have anything that's particularly heartbreaking if we're forced to discard. And luckily, unfortunately, we're kind of in that position. But on the upside, we now have a creature on the field, so we'll be able to play it. So go to it. And they get to choose whether they want to block with their 1/1 or if they want to try and destroy it. Or take the 3 damage. Okay. We can leave it as is. Oh, they want to try and weaken it so it'll die, but... Nice. So next turn we'll be able to get that. And resolve that so we can't actually target us. They knew we had... The funny part is they knew we had Loran's Escape, so... It's not as if they didn't have a chance to know we would just block it. But I think they might have forgot what was out in my hand. So... And now this turn, we can saddle this. Yep, we can use that. And go ahead. And now it gets to attack and throw a 1/1 counter on it. He can try and they know I have the ability to block any ability he's got to put a spell on it. And now it's just going to start building up strength. Yep, so at the sacrifice of Daring Mechanic being unable to do anything, and reveals a hand, well, I'm just going to cast it on it now. And, nope, I don't want Cooped Upness, so we'll put that to the bottom. And I couldn't discard because I only had 1 more. And go ahead. Oh. No, wait. And we'll put another one on it. Go ahead. So, as you can see, we're at the least having a damage. Yep. Hey, they finally hit us. That's the first damage we've taken this entire game so far. Alright. And my turn. Oh, hey. So, in this case, we will... Nah. We'll use Saddle ability to make Daring Mechanic. Alright. And attacks. And gets a... Yep. So, they can either sacrifice the creature. Alright. So... Alright. And he's going to send that, but I'm going to... Yep, that's fine. So he can't actually target it. And negates his effect. And this turn we can add our own. +1/+1. And then we're going to add the squirrel to that. And next, both are going to attack. Forcing him in the unfortunate position of either taking the full damage to die. Yep. And the squirrel has vigilance, so it doesn't get tapped. Titan, the Chitin Lord. He chooses a card number, 3 costs, toughness, game. Okay. Excellent. Alright, so then we're going to use his ability to buff up the squirrel. Then we're going to use the squirrel's ability to use up the there, and both are going to attack. And he was pinned no matter what. Basically, and as you can see, a basic white deck. Effectively, what we're doing is white decks want to use their creatures to build off of each other and build a critical mass, like you saw, where your opponent is put into a situation where they have no choice but to, you know, you've overwhelmed their defenses. There are plenty of ways that that fight could have gone differently, but it's a nice way to go. Never be content with one victory. So, let's try one more time to run circles. Because it could have been a fluke. We could have, you know, a perfect mismatch against an opponent. So the idea is try it against multiple opponents. Try against different types of decks. Learn what is working and what isn't. Why is a card good versus not another? We've seen Loran's Escape is fantastic. But we also have Pacifism. Yeah. So we'll keep this. We're a little mana thirsty. Of course. But we'll be alright. So. Alright. And they're playing a red-blue deck, which are highly aggressive. Alright. In this case, when this vehicle comes into play, scry 2. Alright. Ah, perfect. 2 mana coming in. That's what we're looking for. So the next 2 turns we'll have options. Yep, they're just looking to burn us down with direct damage. Alright. But with the 3, we're able to add our Loyal Steed out to play. And we'll actually take the bird next turn. Alright. And we could use we use a mount to crew it. And that allows us to attack this turn. But they get to destroy it because we're attacking with it. This is what red blues do. They just destroy everything you have. Alright. So, we'll want to play this. And let's see. We'll saddle it. And go ahead and attack to make its effect go through. Yep. So they both vanish for a turn. And lets us scry again. We don't need the mana, so we'll actually go... Basically, he allows us to keep checking our deck for what we may want. Then the other thing we'll do is Pacifism. Yeah. So there. He can't attack. And now we have Adamant Will. And we'll saddle again so we can keep checking our deck. And go ahead and attack. Gonna block. You have more power. Go ahead. Okay. Yep. So these two, again, go out, come back. And we don't really need Cooped Up, but we will take the Light Wheel enhancements. As you can see, Loyal Steed basically allows us to keep bringing these back and still keep them to be defensive. And they're looking to do damage. So what we'll actually do is Adamant Will. So, it'll be indestructible, so it won't matter how much damage they do to it. Yeah. Yeah. Then the rest don't really matter. Yeah, they just add extra mana. Okay. My turn. So, now we won't be able to saddle it. Alright, but we can still attack. Alright. So, effectively, and we still, again, I'm holding on to Loren's Escape. Alright, so yeah, he gets mana, 1 damage to any target. Yeah, so basically he hits me in the face. He's trying to keep up damage. Okay, and again, buffing that. Alright. Until he can destroy the enchantment on his creature, though, it getting buffed means no answer. Yep, 2 cards. My turn. Alright. So 4 mana means I can throw down... Yep, so I'm a little over... So what I'm going to do is have that... Yep. And go ahead and attack. He's going to block the damage this time. And they leave. And I don't really need either the Interface Ace nor the Plains, really. So hopefully we'll get something a little different. And they both... Yep. Yep. Extra mana he can use to cast. Yeah, and basically it was just looking to... Us putting this on here... Alright. So... This time, however, I think we're going... No. Yeah, I think we're going to saddle up this one. Go to combat, go to attack. And go to blockers. Alright, they're gonna throw a bunch. So... Let's go for Indestructible. And that's perfect. Okay, that'll be nice for next turn. So... We'll just do the damage. And we're indestructible, so... Yep. Yep. So effectively, he's got to choose now. And we still have enough mana to make sure our targets are indestructible. Yeah, and he's just basically cycling his deck. Because we're just building up momentum before we're able to run circles and run them down. As you can see, he had a lot of damage output that could go directly to our face. But because we kept control of the board, he couldn't get through to be able to do any critical damage. He could have chipped me apart, but that pacifism basically disabling his major attacker that's supposed to be built up through all his spellcasting was obviously just utterly thwarted his strategy, so then all we had to do was his smaller creatures to bully them down. And again, Loyal Steed basically giving us constant control over our deck, being able to flip, check the top 2 cards of our deck to go, okay, this turn I want this turn I don't want this, enabled us to keep control. Alright, we'll do one last one. Just to give you all an idea. Because, again, it's testing. It's learning what combinations of cards are fantastic. Why... when you see a block of text, don't be confused or concerned about it all the time. Sometimes throw that weird card in and play with it, and you never know what you might discover about it. Sure, this is still pretty good. This is a good frustrate someone's starting, because this is a lot of, well, your creature's not doing anything for a while. So for now, we'll be able to do a pilot. Alright. Well, since they're not gonna... Yeah, let's throw down the bird. Again, it's just a useful... It's just useful. And... You know what? Go ahead. Alright. And that's why the bird's useful. It just pecks him. You lose one. Alright. And now they've got their big attacker. This creature basically gets stronger and doubles every time they throw a land out. Well, that's the way it's supposed to work. And we just, once again, disabled it. A good chunk of this deck, again, it's why I kept the pacifism. It's like, oh, okay. Now see, these, there's no point in throwing pacifism, because these are mana producers. So the whole point of them is purely to generate mana. They can do some chip damage, but yeah. We'll just attack with the bird. Alright. Giant, whenever you create a... Yeah. So this guy's looking for value of every time he throws down the land, he gets something out of it. Well, we finally hit 4 mana. So, now let's start being a dick. Alright. He had to use Unsummon to get that out of there before that landed. Then I'm going to attack with those two. Alright. Well, as ever, keep our creatures alive. Alright. And the giant comes back. Mild-mannered librarian. Well. And again. And again. He's gonna sacrifice one of his mana generators. Nice. Alright. Well, another big 4/4. Alright. And... well... we're just going to keep disabling. Yep. Yep. We finally got something with some teeth to it. This becomes a 3/3 werewolf. But that wouldn't push it through my 0/4. So, Alright. Well, let's make it even worse. He's equipped his creatures with Reach, and every time I've now managed to frustrate him. But now, we're to the point where, yeah. Oh, every time a land comes into play, and he's going to play a land, so he gets all the secondary effects now. Yep. But half of them don't mean too much. Alright. So... okay. Alright. And... check. Tapping range. Doesn't untap or its controller's unstap. But... yeah. So now I would need a way to break that enchantment. Alright, they can finally get some damage in, but we have 36 health, so I don't want to... Alright. And unfortunately for them... yep. I had just enough. Alright. Yep. Alright. Now, ideally, I would have something to break this enchantment off of us, but I don't really. Let's see. So we'll block the 1/1. We'll let him have the rest of the damage in. After all, most of that life was stolen from him anyway. Alright. And... we'll go with one of the 3/3s. Nah, I can't attack to do any damage. Oh, I'm just top decking, so... Unfortunately, we're at the point where... this is the other major flaw in this deck with white cards is typically your draw power can be pretty bad. And his board's gotten wide enough, I'm never going to be able to push through it. At least not yet. But then again, we also haven't seen most of our mounts. Truth be told, we've only seen... you know... and he's probably got something bigger that would be able to kill my... so I'll just take the damage. Yeah, mana fucked. Yep. Oh well. Yeah, finally got... yep. There it is. I was waiting, I'm like... the fact that we won a couple of games just told me, yeah, I was inevitably going to get screwed by this. And yeah, there's just a critical mass of monsters at this point that we can't win. But, yeah, if I had gotten any of my mounts, I could have started pushing back, or I would have won. But, there we go. Yeah, I didn't have... ran out of gas. Yeah. Not bad. I still had fun. That's the thing. If you can still have fun even while losing, you're probably in a good position. So, that was our white deck. 1 of 5. Let's see. Next up. Let's see. Ah, blue. Blue is... there are two ways to approach blue. Blue is either you don't get to do anything, or blue is flying, clouds, working around your opponent, disabling your opponent. Because blues have the famous cards of no you don't. I'll put it this way. If you look under blue cards and you type the word counter, yeah. Let's see. Counters. Let's see. You don't see it as much as it used. Yeah, here we go. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 2. No, you don't. Just say, nope. Let's see. Counters. Whenever you cast a spell during an opponent's turn, cast a 1/1 counter on this creature. Choose target artifact or enchantment spell is countered this way. Exile instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. Yeah. Counter target spell with mana value 4 or greater. Don't make a sound. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 2. If they do, surveil. Again, just counter target creature spell. Tap target. Yeah. So, again, there's all sorts of ways that blue can just sit there and say, no you don't. But, if I'm perfectly honest, that has never been the idea or the way I enjoy playing blue. Blue is, in fact, one of my favorite colors, but it's not for the... I prefer control over dealing with someone who just sits there and goes, no you don't. And it's like, well, that's boring. But let's look at the centerpieces. What's going to be the center of our strategy as a blue player, okay? So, one with the multiverse. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library, meaning that is just an extra card you have, basically. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a spell from your hand or the top of your library without paying its mana cost. That is why this thing is 8 mana. Because it is basically the ultimate mana cheating of, yeah, that's free. Yeah, but no, yeah. There's also the Meat Locker / Drowned Diner. So this is a special type of enchantment called a room. In a room, you may cast either half. The door unlocks on the battlefield. As a sorcery, you may play the mana cost of a locked door to unlock it. So basically, you get to pay either 3 or 5 mana. When you do, you get the associated effect, and this sits on the board. So if you cast it as the Meat Locker, when you unlock this door, tap up to one target creature and put 2 stunned counters on it, basically enabling you to shut down a creature for 2 turns. Or, if you paid it 5, when you unlock this door, draw 3 cards, then discard a card. So if you're not finding anything you need, this is a good backup plan. This is nice, and a good utility, we may include it, but this, by and large, will not be the centerpiece of your deck. This will be an enabler for your deck. The Tolarian Terror. 7 mana, Serpent. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard, and has Ward 2 that you can only cast spells on it if you pay an additional 2 mana. That could definitely be useful and an additional, but I don't think that's still not a winner. Teresian Mindbreaker. Whenever this creature attacks, defending player mills half their library rounded up. So, they'd simply flip everything into the graveyard, half their library. That's the reason this is 7 mana, and the worst part is you can have it happen again. So you could theoretically, if you somehow get to turn 7, you drop this, or somebody, say a black card, makes you discard it, it goes straight to the graveyard, you can pay 4 and get half their deck. Or you can do it twice. Say they defend or destroy it, then you can attack again, and that's half again and a half again. So that could definitely be a nice that this is a worthwhile if you're looking to do a mill deck to make someone mill all their cards and be useless. This is actually a frighteningly useful weapon. But this, I will say, this will be more useful actually in a particular multicolor deck. But we'll get that when we get there. For now, then there's Hurkyl's Final Meditation. An instant that during turns other than yours, this spell costs 3 more to cast. Return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands. So basically, clears the field and ends the turn. Exile all spells and abilities from the stack, including this card. The player whose turn it is discards down to their maximum hand size, damage wears off, and this turn, and until end of turn's effects ends. So this is basically a no, shut everything down. Stop, you don't get to do this. Yeah, no, this is nice, but this is such of an emergency button that it's really not great. Gearseeker Serpent. An affinity for artifacts, so it's cheaper for every artifact you spell. Interesting. It's a 5/6, so it's got some decent punch to it, and it's 7 mana. And 6 mana, this creature can't be blocked this turn. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we found our centerpiece. We'll take another we'll keep looking, but this is definitely a good potential start. Tidal Terror. An octopus, 6 mana as well, 5/6. Whenever this creature attacks, you may tap 2 other untapped creatures you control. If you do, this creature can't be blocked. So, do you expect to have a wide board, or do you want to just pay mana? And again, this one can also be made cheaper for artifacts, and artifacts are endlessly useful, so this is definitely more what I'm thinking. Self-Reflection, 6 mana, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. And then you can cast it again from the graveyard for its flashback cost. So you're talking, admittedly 6 mana, but if I added, say, another Gearseeker for 7, I'm still coming out ahead. River's Rebuke. This is a spell return all non-land permanents target player controls to their owner's library. You get to choose which player. So if you have a lot of creatures that, say, did things on the second they're played, this could be fantastic for you to basically reload. Or you can look at what we had before, where our opponent had all those creatures and monsters on the field, and he only had, and we only had 1 creature. Theoretically, if we could have played this, yeah, we pop everything off his field, and then we go. Then we just go face and win. To be honest, I've had this card come in handy many a time. So honestly, I would say include that. Hotshot Investigators. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. If you controlled it, investigate. Not bad, but not what we're looking for. Because again, if Gearseeker Serpent, the Fairy Slumber Party, which is a sorcery, return all creatures to their owner's hands. For each opponent who controlled a creature, return this hand, you create 2 fairies. So basically you can get a lot of really cheap creatures while keeping control of the board. Daggermar Megalodon. A vigilance, so it doesn't tap while attacking, and has island cycling. Not bad. Curator of Destinies. This spell can't be countered, because creatures are spells while they're being cast. Meaning, they can be that's where they can be countered. This one cannot. Flying, when this creature enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library and separate them into a face-down and face-up pile. An opponent chooses one of those piles. Put the pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. That's actually not bad. That can help give you control. Okay. So, you give your opponent basically a 50-50 shot of which one's going to be more useful. Balluna's Gatekeeper. No, I think we have our centerpieces. So the Curator of Destinies, a Sphinx that allows us to put the opponent on the back foot to choose their fate. River's Rebuke to clear the board. And Gearseeker Serpent for, becoming cheaper and trying to get out there. So, what we're looking for is things that support artifacts. And let's take a look. There are actually a lot of cards that support artifacts. So let's see. Behind the Mask. As an additional cost to the spell, you may collect Evidence 6. Collect Evidence 6, exile cards with total mana value 6 or greater from your graveyard. Until end of turn, target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with the base power toughness 4/3. If the evidence was collected, the base power of toughness of 1/1 until end of turn instead. Nah. Okay, and here's an artifact creature, Combat Courier. And yeah, that's fantastic actually. 2 mana, sacrifice it, and we get to draw a card, or it's a 1/1. And then we can unearth it for 1 blue mana to do it again. So yeah, that's fantastic. Let's see, the Sorcery Jailbreak scheme. Put a 1/1 counter on the target creature. It can't be blocked this turn. Artifact or creature's owner puts it on their choice of top or bottom of the library. Not bad, and it's spree, so you may choose 1 or more additional costs. Basically, you can either do both or one. 3 steps ahead. Once again, same thing. You can counter a target spell, create a token, or draw 2 cards with a discarded card. These are nice, but they cost can get pretty high, and you may not be able to do it. Unable to Scream. Enchanted Creature. Enchanted Creature loses all abilities and is a toy artifact creature with the base power of and toughness of 0/2. In addition to its other types, as long as the enchanted creature is face down, it can't be turned face up. So this is basically Blue's version of pacifism. So we can have that. Weakstone Subjugation. Enchant artifact or creature. When this aura enters, you may pay 3. If you do, tap it. Enchanted permanent doesn't, so this disables it from untapping it. So basically, it would attack once and then never be able to again, theoretically, if it's never been altered. That could come in handy. Because again, disabling is what we're looking to do here. Leaving creatures on the field that'll be, you can hit me once with it, but you're never going to be able to again unless you get rid of that. And here we have the Escaped Experiment. Whenever this creature attacks, target creature an opponent controls gets -X, -0, where X is the number of artifacts we control. So if we rely on a lot of artifacts, which, again, because we're looking to use Gearseeker Serpent, and this can allow us to disable a heavy attacker. Machine over Matter. If you control an artifact creature, so we can get it for 1 mana down to 1 mana. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Malkader's Watcher. This is another Rex. Okay. Flying, Vigilance, 1/1. When they die, draw a card. Fantastic. Fortunately, I don't have any more commons, so I can't make any more, so we'll just leave it at the 1. Oaken Siren, another artifact creature, a Siren Pirate. Flying, Vigilance, and tap, add blue mana, spend this mana only activate artifacts. That could be coming handy. Spectral Interference. That I actually really like. Is that... Yeah, that's a common, though. And I'm out of common. I do still have 20 uncommon, 12 rares, and 4 mythics to make new cards, so if we find something particularly in those... A Surge Engine. It's an artifact creature that's defender, so it can't attack. And gains can't be blocked. Oh, wow. 3 mana, this creature becomes blue and has the base power and toughness 5/4. Activate. Okay. Draw 3 cards. Activate this creature. Is blue and only once. Wow. So basically, this is actually I really like. Yeah, and we can actually make some. So we'll make 1 extra. Because that's actually a really good blue card. Forensic Gadgeteer. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, investigate. Activate abilities of artifacts you control, 1 less to activate. This effect can't be reduced. The mana cost and the cost allowing less than 1 mana. Yeah, that's still really good. And yeah, we'll craft a second one. Since we're doing artifact focus, that's fine. Number of artifact cards from among them. Put the reveal cards in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Kite Sail, Human Pirate. Whenever the creature enters, for each player chose to target artifact or creature the player controls for as long as this creature remains on the battlefield. Those in permanent become treasure artifacts with sacrifice artifact. Okay, nah. Sky Strike Officer. Whenever this creature attacks, create a soldier artifact creature token. That's what we're looking for. Tap. And then you can tap the 3 of them. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Let's get 3 of these. Yep. Oh, didn't mean to grab the 4th, but okay. Well, we might as well do all 4 then. Because having him, for 3 mana to be able to just make cheap soldiers, I could live with that. Let's see. Urza, Power Stone Prodigy. Vigilance. Discard draw a card, discard. Maybe discard 1 or more artifact cards, create a tap Power Stone. Yeah, nah. Involuntary cooldown. Might Stone's animation. Enchant. Draw a card with enchanted art. When this aura enters, draw a card. Enchanted artifact. Enchanted artifact is a creature with a 4 base power 4/4 in addition to its other types. Huh. Yeah, because you can only enchant an artifact with this, but say we made a couple of these soldiers and they're suddenly 4/4s. Yeah, I can live with that. And Wind Rider. When this they are a human wizard pilot. They basically create a vehicle they can fly in, and we're not focused on vehicles in this one, so when this creature enters, create a 1/1 Thopter artifact creature with flying. And nothing specific about that. Urza's command. Whenever this creature enters attacks, you may sacrifice an Nah. Memory Guardian. Affinity for artifacts flying. Robot Artificer. Okay, I can at least... Yeah, I could definitely see making 2 more of those. Yeah, especially since we're looking for affinity. Yeah, with artifacts. So, and it itself is an artifact creature, so it makes things cheaper. Robot Turtle. When this creature enters, return target creature or vehicle. Nah. Okay. So, by and large, we have plenty of artifacts, artifact creatures, and ways to make our Gearseeker Serpent cheaper. Then enchant creatures. Yep. So then the last things we want to look at are some of the instants and sorceries. Again, to disable. So, return target creature to the owner's hand. To just buy us a turn. We could dive down to hexproof our own cards. Actually, that's not bad, so I'm going to do that. Draw power is, of course, at a premium in, blue is also known as, draw if you need it. So, yeah, if you need to draw, this is the place to do it. Freeze in place is fantastic. Actually, let's look at enchantments, because... Yeah, let's look at enchantments to disable. Enable the screen we picked up. Witness protection turns a creature into a 1/1 nothing. Citizen. That's if you want to do merfolk specific. Eaten by piranhas. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, enchantment, and this enchantment isn't a creature, it becomes a 3/3 spirit with flying in addition. Memory, draw a card. You have no maximum hand size beginning of your turn. If you've drawn more than one card this turn, yeah. Okay, so stasis field. So yeah, we've got a bunch of witness protection, eaten by piranhas, stasis field. And yep. Whenever this creature attacks, another target creature can't be blocked this turn. Yeah, I guess we'll just see. Add a second, can't do you. Eaten by piranhas? Yeah, you're an uncommon. Okay. So there. So now we disable and we're looking for artifacts. Basically looking to... Yep, so our average cost is about 2.9, which is about where I really like to have it. 2, 3. Yep, for standard. And we're just looking to... we'll be a relic hunter. We're looking to dredge up relics. Nah, relic dredger. I like that. Yeah, we're looking to dredge up relics and... Oh yeah, save and exit. Alright. So, now we try again. We're no longer running circles, we're looking to do some relic dredging. This deck is not as... Again, this deck isn't fantastic. But it definitely has a theme and it has a point. We're looking to have as many relics on board as possible to be able to push back against opponents. Alright, and we're looking pretty good. Yeah, no, we've got plenty of things we can play at the first few turns. Yeah. I'd say I'm happy with this. We're not going to need to mulligan. We'll start with Combat Courier. Yep. Opponent's going to go first. It looks like they're playing a green deck. Yep. So we'll be able to get some use out of this. And as you can see. Alright. Next we'll do Surge Engine. And we won't bother attacking. Because that's already made it so we'll be able to pick up Memory Guardian for, 3 mana. And we may take a hit from the Intrepid Stablemaster here, but that's fine. Because worst case scenario, next turn we can always have it eaten by piranhas. Where it can't do anything. Yeah. Alright. Gonna attack. Yeah. Alright. So. Alright. We're gonna have this eaten by piranhas. Then add witness protection to you. And nothing else. So, it's effectively lost all its abilities. And all the synergies they were planning to build up, we've just disrupted. So they'll have to figure out a different way to start producing counters. Because I've not taken away their creatures, I've simply made them, you know, I've slowed them down and disabled it. Yep. So they managed to destroy my creature. Alright. Well, we're in a bit of a situation, but first we'll play this. Unearth. And we'll activate its ability. Okay. Alright. Alright. Yep, all I can do is take the damage because they managed to get 5. So next turn we'll be able to play it. Well, we are paying the full cost, but we at least get something to block with. Alright. And next turn we'll be able to play our... Yep, Death Touch. How fun. Yeah. Alright. So, we at least get this, and then we get our... So, the way this works is... in between piles, the top pile will be face down. So let's do... a mana, 1 in each. Then we'll put the... Sky Strike Officer... and here. Pick face up or the face downs. Which one are you giving me? The one you know or the one you don't? Alright, they gave me the ones they do know. Alright. Well, hopefully he didn't get another rabbit bite, but probably did. Nope, another one over. Okay. Well, not much I can do about it at this point, but he only has 1 card in hand, so I may be able to get something going. Especially since, now that he's tapped and attacked, his... Alright, now we can get something going. So this doesn't untap. Nah, we're good. And then let's get another combat courier. And... Yep. And could sacrifice it, but I'd rather use it for defense. Alright. I'm at 3 health, so... Yep. Alright. I just need to be able to block. Alright. Going for the attacks. Alright, so he blocks the 2/2. This one blocks 2/1. Nah, the elf. Okay. Alright. So, from here, we get to unearth. Yep. Gives haste. Alright. And is now a 4/4. And I can't afford to. Yep. Alright. Alright. Unfortunately, yeah, we're fucked. Because I forgot unearth ends. Yep. My bad. Oh well. But we didn't do bad, and we did manage to at least make a presentable showing of it. Oh, got a free pack. And some extra cash. Alright, well, let's keep going. That was the first game. So, a loss. But we at least mauled our opponent as well as we could. But we just didn't have the right answer. Because we were so board focused and we didn't have any good way of... I shouldn't have wasted. Well, we could say I wasted some stuff, but... honestly, I'm gonna mulligan this one. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. And we have to send something back, which obviously is gonna be River's Rebuke, because we don't have any use for it. So, going first, we at least have Combat Courier. Next turn, whatever they play, we could always have it eaten by piranhas if it's something really bad. Or we could sacrifice it for another creature, for another card, but we'll see how that goes. Worst case, our opponent doesn't play anything, we just go the face and keep going. I mean, next turn we also have, you know, dive down if we somehow needed to block something. But we'll see. Or did they time out? Oh, come on. Good grief, come on. There we go. Alright. And let's go... Well. Yeah, they didn't play anything, so we'll just go face. So, let's see. Legendary creature, Plant Druid. Whenever... they're looking... Okay. So there's that. And that is now being eaten by piranhas. Alright. And if you want to die for it, feel free. And I'll just take it back and get the extra card out of it. Alright. Getting the most value out of your cards. That's one of the reasons I like that so much. Combat Courier is amazing. Alright, and because we'll still get a card next turn, and hopefully that'll be something more useful. Druid of the Cowl, Llanowar Elves, yeah, all the cheap mana ramp-ups. Stasis Field isn't really that worth it. We'll take some chip damage, but nothing amazing. So... Yeah, we're gonna take... We can potentially take up to 2, because, yeah, now they're going to play something big. And that's what I was waiting for, because that means I'll throw down Stasis Field on that. Hydra. At least the Hydra takes a little time before it's really devastating. So yeah, because it has... Yeah, now they'll be able to do it up to a 4/4. Yeah. Yep. Alright. And we get our draw 5. Play the guessing game with our opponent. So we'll do Eaten by Piranhas on what they can see. What they can't, we'll do Forensic Investigator. And let's make him worry. The Gadgeteer. Let's see. Basically, I'm getting the same no matter what, so... It's a matter of making the opponent think. Basically head games, which is the fun part of the game. Alright. Nice. Alright. And our 5/5 is out. I imagine they're going to throw down the land, make this an 8/8. Hey, witness protection. Yep. Alright. With different... Okay, and they're picking 4 different monsters. And we'll go with... Yeah, let's go with you. Yeah. They're bad choices all around. Like, obviously he just gets his best monsters. Alright. Alright. So, let's go... Well, I'm gonna eat by Piranhas you. Alright. Alright. Nah, we'll just leave it be. Alright. But yeah, as you can see, that there's some potential with this, but nowhere near as much. Alright. Nah. Okay, no blocks. Yep. Alright. There we go. And we get a clue. And we'll try for the clue. Hey. Nice. Alright. I mean, we've lost, but, eh. We at least started to get some momentum there, just a little too late. So what are we learning? That we're allowing our opponent to have too much on the board, and that we're not being fast enough to be able to do damage. So, that's where, okay, so this isn't working. Well, that's fine. Don't be afraid to lose. That's what I see so many people frustrated or terrified of, is the concept of losing. I'm not even exaggerating. So many people seem to get this idea that they have to be perfect. And it's like, no. We're understanding that, okay, so, you know, what we're lacking is a lot of punching power. We're not able to hold the board. Like, Okay, Combat Courier is fantastic. Surge Engine is fantastic. Okay, this is a much better hand. What we need is something to follow up. We need something that can fight for the mid-game. So, that's where we need to figure out what we have. Because it's a contrast of, yeah, anyone, if you spend, you know, $3,300 to buy packs, could have all the optimum cards. Where's the fun in that? Alright. And then we have Flying Vigilance. Yep. They're a legendary creature. Whenever you attack one or more gnome creatures, put a +1. Okay. And that'll buff them. They get to scry their deck, and then put a +1. Honestly, I'm gonna take the 2. Alright. Then let's get Sky Strike Officer out. And we're just gonna attack with the flying. Alright. And now with Sky Strike, we'll be able to start building up our field of 1/1s. Yep. And they don't want to attack because they have no mana, so they don't have any way to buff their attack of her. Otherwise, I'm just going to block with Sky Strike and then she dies. So, it's not worth it this round. And what I'm going to do, there, and then I can make, that makes my Memory Guardian even. Yep. And he attacks, and you attack. He creates a 1/1. And there we go. See, this is how this deck can go if we... But it's clear that we have some issues with high-end cards that are a little too situational and not able to be pushed back. Or it's just that this deck doesn't work against highly aggressive ones with that work on those. Alright. So lots of cards being thrown at us, but yeah, they're discovering, so they're basically looking through their deck and finding different ones. And they've put Pacifism, Petrify, another version of Pacifism on our Memory Globe. But we were out of mana, or else... Yeah, she just remembered I have Surge there, so I can... Yep. We'll start with its firstborn. And can't be blocked. And we're gonna add this to it. And pay for 3 to tap it. And just the 2. Can't be blocked. There we go. So as you can see, Stepfile Celebrant. In this can't change, you may pay permanent to control, and you do scry 2. Yep. And that's tapped, so we, yep. She wants to. Yep. Alright. So she returned that to her hand, so she would be able to. And now they're scrying to see what other cards they have. And... Alright. Don't have enough cards, one short of being able to cast that. So, instead, we'll just... Creature becomes a blue and has a base power of 5/4. Yep. So we'll attack with our usual. Alright. And then have his ability. Tap 3 just to draw a card. Damn, was hoping for that last one I needed. Oh well. Man, was hoping. I was hoping to get an island, so I would have 6, so next turn I could cast River's Rebuke and then guarantee just as much damage as possible. Basically the style on him because I can. But we've pretty much got the board. As you can see, it's not the worst. On the job, creatures control get +2. Okay. So, big counterattack turn. Only one of their creatures has trample, however. They get to scry. And to blockers, I only have the 2. So I can block at least this one and this one. Yep. So, yeah. They were hoping I wasn't paying attention and would click through by accident and let all 20 damage go through. Hey, you miss them, you only miss the shots you don't take. Nothing against them, but there you get to see. Blue decks are big on control, but if they can't get the control and maintain it, they get overrun. It's just that simple. So, and we did get another pack for the games we played. Anything particularly interesting? River Churn Monument. Any number of target players each mill 2 cards. Any number of target players each mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. Jesus. Okay. Scoreboard. When this artifact enters, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Spells you cost. Wow. Okay. Racer's Scoreboard is huge. But it's 4 mana, so yeah. Howler's Heavy. When cycling this card, opponent creature, vehicle opponent controls gets -3. Not the worst. Detention Chariot. When this vehicle enters, exile target artifact or creature opponent controls until this vehicle leaves the battlefield. Not bad. Okay. I could see working that into Rundown. But we've done 2, Relic Dredger and Run Circles. Next up, Black. Oh boy, the Black decks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fuck You the Color. Death, if blue says no you can't, black says it doesn't matter. Why? There are so many cards that just have negative effects that just say, it doesn't matter what you think. And it doesn't matter if my creatures die. It doesn't matter. Blue is fuck you no, black is nah. But same rules apply. Let's go to the heavy hitters for the black cards and look what our piece de resistance is going to be. And trust me, there are some real devastating ones. I mean, there's an obvious one I typically would use, but let's be fair and give everyone a chance. So, Shefet Archfiend, 7 black mana, 7 mana. Flying Demon, 5/5. When this creature enters, all other creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. What happens if a creature has only like a 1/1? It dies. So this is just a mass fuck you, everything dies. Everything that ain't strong enough just dies. It's a bomb, and is the definition of what a good piece de resistance really is, but, well, there's a bunch of choices here. The Death Rattle Oni. This has flash, so you can cast this on your opponent's turn. This spell costs 2 less to cast for each creature that has died this turn. Oi. When this creature enters, destroy all other creatures that were dealt damage this turn. Oi. Yeah. How about Breach the Multiverse? Each player mills 10 cards. For each player, choose a creature or planeswalker card in that graveyard. Put those cards onto the battlefield under your control. Then, each creature you control becomes a Phyrexian in addition to other types. You basically just fuck over everyone and go, I'm gonna pick the sweetest card from here, from your deck and mine. Very nice. All of these black cards are fantastic at what they do. This is probably the one I tend to go with. It is way too funny. When this creature enters play, creatures that your opponent controls gets -2. So where Archfiend hits everyone, including your own, this targets just your opponents. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, that player loses 2 life. I did manage to hit -30 at one point because someone had a very wide board and I dropped this and just smiled. So, yeah, this is usually the centerpiece of, well, you keep going until that happens, at which point, well, not much I can do. Now, the other thing to note, so this is a good 6/5, it is 6 mana, and basically just, it drops, and your opponent's field is weakened for a turn. Now, Liliana, the Dreadhorde General. Legendary Planeswalker. Planeswalkers are a different sort of cards. They can be attacked just like creatures, but, like you, the player, but they build up power by certain effects. So here, whenever a creature you control dies, draw a card. So you want your creatures dropping dead constantly. And for 1 to gain power, she makes a 2/2 zombie creature token, which then you sacrifice or blow up or just block with. And hey, look at that. You get another card. If you use 4 of her power, each player sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. Basically, you get 2 cards, your opponent loses 2 monsters. Then, or if you somehow build her up to 9 power and use it, each opponent chooses a permanent they control of each permanent type and sacrifices the rest. So if they get 1 creature, 1 enchantment, 1 land, and everything else goes away. And you obviously get 1 planeswalker. Everything else goes away. If you're greedy, you'll leave her with 1 power after you do that. So, Liliana is definitely a nice ticking clock and ticking time bomb that can fuel you. So, we'll bring it along. I'm not the biggest fan of Planeswalkers, if I'm honest. Or at least I don't like to use Planeswalker focus decks, I guess the best way. Let's see. Goring Warplow. An artifact creature that has prototype. You may cast this with a different mana cost, color, power, and toughness if it keeps its abilities and types. So we could also just cast this as 6 for 5/4, or we could do the prototype for a 1/1 with Death Touch. We'll be taking some of that. Disciple of Gix. Whenever this creature enters, search your library for 3 artifact cards, put them into your graveyard, then shuffle. So if you have a couple of artifacts that you could give you extra options for unearthing them. Not bad, but not what we're focused on. Corrupt deals damage to any target equal to the number of swamps you control. You gain life equal to the damage dealt this way. So for 6 mana, we can basically nuke something and get life, which is extremely... Life gain is not unheard of in black, but it's not anywhere near as common. The spell costs Chain Gravestalker, 1 less for each artifact or creature card in your graveyard. And it's a 5/4 for Gods, you can end up being dirt cheap. You know what? We'll take that, because that's definitely worthwhile. Arbiter of Woe, sorry. As an additional cost, sacrifice a creature. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card and loses 2 life. You draw a card and gain 2 life. Tragic Banshee. Morbid. When this creature enters, when this creature enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. If a creature died this turn, that creature gets -13, -13. Oh, gods. That's funny. Like, it's unnecessary, but it's really funny. Siphon Fuel. Target creature gets -6/-6 until end of turn. You gain 2 life. Yeah, nice. Season of Loss. Choose up to 5 something worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. Each player... Oh, okay. So each player sacrifices a creature. Draw a card for each creature that died under your control this turn. Or each opponent loses X life, where X is the number of creatures. Nah. The Scream Puff. A 5-mana 4/5 with Death Touch. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a food token, which is 2 mana, pay this token, and you get life. No One Left Behind. Spells cost 3 less to cast if the target creature card with mana value 3 or less. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's actually not bad. I'm gonna pick up 4 copies. Nah, 2. I don't think it's necessary to have 4 for that. Still, that could come in handy. Maha, it's Feathers Knight. Let's see. Legendary Elemental Bird. Has Flying and Trample, a rare combination. Ward, discard a card. So you have to discard a card to tackle this with spells. Creatures your opponents control have base 1 toughness. Oh, that is devastating. Because that's just an effect that happens the second this hits the board. So yeah, you pay 5 mana. Everything your opponent controls doesn't matter what their actual attack power is at that point. It's 1. Okay, yeah, that's fantastic. Lich Knight's Conquest. Any number of artifacts, enchantments, and/or tokens. Return that many creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's not bad. There's a lot of good support stuff here. You know what? Yeah, I'll definitely take that, because... So, yeah. Because that's basically okay, I sacrifice my current field to bring it back as... Yeah. And I get more ideal stuff. Especially if someone's made me discard or I've lost something. Like, I sacrifice a basic 1/1 to bring Maha back. Or, something like Scream Puff or Massacre Worm comes back. So basically I'm using cheap little 1/1s, sacrifice them, and suddenly I've got Massacre, I've somehow, been forced to discard 2 Massacre Worms. Okay, that's terrible. I cast Lich Knight's Conquest, where, oh no, I now have a horde of 1/1s. I have I lost a couple of 1/1 tokens and whatnot. And suddenly Goring Warplow's back on the field, and along with Massacre Worms. It's stuff like that where you look for the combinations of, oh no, I lost something. Well, yeah, that's terrible. Let's see. The Invasion of Ogoltha. This is a interesting battle. Battle is a permanent type that enters with defense counters. As a siege battle enters, your opponent will be chosen to protect it while you can attack it. Damage removes its defense counters. When the last counter is removed, exile it, then cast it transformed. So, we need to... Basically, this puts this on the opponent's side of the field, and I need to do 5 damage to it. When it does, we get Grandmother Ravi Senger. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a 1/1 counter on Grandmother Ravi Senger, and I gain 1 life. And she's a 3/3 with flying. Yeah. This is a lot of fun to torment an opponent with. Yeah. I'm not going to hit you in the face. I'm just going to give you something to worry about. I'd say we're about good for the expensive stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Gix's command is nice, but I don't think we're going to need it. Okay. So, we have a lot of ideas of... Alright. So now what we need is things that come back that we can sacrifice. So, let's look up just purely sacrifice. Let's see. We want to mostly look, in this case, let's narrow it down to creatures. So, when you sacrifice another permanent, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. So, effectively, every time we sacrifice something else, that's not bad. That's not bad. Sacrifice another creature, put a 1/1 on this creature. Sacrifice another creature, draw a card. Whenever a creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do draw a card, this creature can't be blocked this turn. Sacrifice another creature or artifact. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain. The other phrase you would want to look for is actually when this dies. This is a phrase you'll want on black creatures, because this is where you're going to get some real value. When this creature enters, target player mills 2 cards. When this creature dies, target creature you don't control gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Not bad. When this creature dies, scry 1 and create a treasure token, which adds a free mana, basically. Infestation Sage. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 black and green insect token with flying. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 red mercenary token with tap. The target creature you control gets +1 until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. When this toxic one, when this creature dies, proliferate. Choose any number of permanents and or players and engage each other counter of each kind already there. Or, when this creature dies, create a food token. That is good. Minstrosity. Yeah, that's definitely worth it. Whenever this or another creature controls dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. The Vengeful Blood Witch. When this creature enters or dies, mill 2 cards. Nah. When this creature dies, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. When this creature dies, each player mills 2 cards. We're not looking for mill. When this creature dies, if it wasn't a demon, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with 2 1/1 counters on it. And it's a demon in addition to its other types. So, and then Midnight Reaper. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, this creature deals 1 damage to you and draw a card. That's come in handy many a times. Phyrexian Might, artifact creature token with toxic 1, and this token can't block. Yeah. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, whenever another non-token creature dies, draw a card. Okay. So, the other thing we would want is create... I'm trying to think what else we would want. Return is another keyword you would want to look up. Ah, here we go. One of the engines. Two black mana. 2 mana. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Reassembling Skeleton is a machine that just allows you to keep sacrificing it for everything else. So if we have something like whenever you sacrifice another permanent, and let's see. Return this card from graveyard to the battlefield. Activate it only if a non-skeleton under your control died under this turn. Yeah, no, we'll go with Null Priest of Oblivion. When this creature enters, if it was kicked, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's 6 mana. That's on its own. It does have lifelink and menace, though. But I think the Cult Conscript will work out better. Okay, so that gives us a bunch of returnable stuff, and then stuff that benefits from dying, and then it's all build up to getting us Maha, No One Left Behind, and yeah, Chitin, Goring Warplow, and Liliana and Massacre Worm. Okay. And we'll just call it the, yeah, we'll do the Monty Python reference. It's just a scratch. It's just a scratch. So we'll try that out. Because we're just looking to let him die. So, try it out. Give it its best. Alright. I hope you all are enjoying. So, alright. Not the best starting hand, especially with having Maha and Massacre Worm. I think we'll actually mulligan. Okay. That sucks, but not the worst. And we'll throw one of the No One's Left Behind back in the deck. At the very least, we'll have enough mana to be able to cast whatever we draw. Ah, perfect. Okay. Alright. Alright, so he's flying. Monstrosity. So now, yeah, he's got flying and lifelink. Yeah. So we won't be able to sacrifice him just yet. Okay, lots of flying. And they're doing a detective build, so not much we can do there. And looks like we're getting a little mana fucked, but oh well. And we'll see. Block it if you want. Yeah, to me it doesn't matter. I can either start lowering your HP or... yeah. Alright. So we'll start taking 3 damage. Or I can... yeah. Spell cost less if you control a creature with mana cost 3 or less. Alright. So I don't have anything to play mixed. Yep. But in this case, yeah, we'll take the prototype. Alright. Yep. do yet. Alright, so... Alright. And he's just getting a ton of value for his cards, and I'm not able to do too much at this point. He'll probably manage to overwhelm me. Okay. Well, we can at least death touch that. Yeah. Alright. Yep. And I take a damage to... God! Wow, mana fucked. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, at least it's a 5/4. But yeah, that's the way I could cheat it out, where I basically paid about 1 less mana than I would need to, but it doesn't really matter, I'm dead. Yeah. I just don't have... Yep. Yeah, I just didn't have the power to be able to kit through. Oh well. Like, if I had gotten Massacre Worm, it would have been a massacre. It would have been a wholly different game, but I got mana screwed. It happens. Not much you can do about it. So, first game out, not much to say about it. Just didn't draw the card we needed. It happens. Honestly, if I had to say anything for people, it's aim for a 50-50 win rate at first, especially when you're learning. Yeah, it happens. And hey, Corey. Can't get really upset about it, because it's a card game. At the end of the day, it's luck-based, and personally, from my standpoint, I've always had terrible luck. This can work. Not the best, but I can see this. Alright. Alright, so what we want to do is probably get Reassembling Skeleton first. Yeah. Or... you know what? The Infiltrator first. That'll attract more attention. And our opponent is playing a black deck as well, or at least partially black deck. Alright. Now they're going to throw something down. Okay. Perfect. So... nope, I'm not attacking. Because now I want to bait them into attacking so that they go after... I just drop a Infernal Vessel and get its stronger version. Yeah, because even if you just straight out kill Infernal Vessel, it still comes back. So it's one of those... yeah, you can waste a spell killing it, or you can use a creature. Take your pick. Same difference to me. Alright, so they're still... alright. And they've only got one, so... you know what? Go ahead. I'll let you even pick. I assume you're gonna kill the Infiltrator. Undying Malice. Yeah. So theirs is gonna come back as well. Okay. We both die, we both come back. This is the fun part of the black decks of going, okay, the first round didn't mean much. Now let's see what the second round is. Oops. Yeah. He's like, oh, right. You come back with more. Oh, you meant to play that earlier. Okay, no, that's what the oops is about. Okay. Let's see. Well... it was so nice, I'll do it a second time. And, yep. And you're out of mana, so you gotta take it. Just that moment of, oh, right, that card does that. And he's free to kill. Like, I got my value out of Infernal Vessel, so he can kill that. He was more worried about... The problem is, that's only if I sacrifice a creature. So, that's what makes Instigators so anxiety-inducing for people, is because most of my deck isn't actually built around sacrifice. So people love to target it. And that doesn't actually accomplish too much. And let's get the Etched Familiar. Alright. Yep. Alright, and he gets... We lose a HP, he gains one. Equalizes out. And gonna do another -2/-2 on my Etched Familiar. I'm perfectly fine with that. I gain HP out of that exchange. And yep. Alright. I'll just take out... Yeah. Do I want to... Nah. Because you know what? I get the attack power back. So I'm gonna... And he only has 1 to block, so... Alright. Ooh, unfortunate for you, my friend. Alright. So, 1 more mana. That's all I'm waiting on is 1 more swamp. In the meantime... Feel free to block. Yeah, Undying Malice. If you got anything else, feel free. Yeah. Alright. They come back, that's fine with me. Alright. Yeah. I'm dragging us down, slowly but surely. And another. See, this is the fun of playing a black deck. Alright. Doesn't really matter too much. We'll block her. And before the end of the round, I'm going to cast to put it back so it taps. Nice. Monstrosity. And you. And you can all attack. You gonna block any of it? Alright. Yep. And he, as it stands, he's still got the advantage. Alright. Ooh, big Vampire Knight. Flying, Death Touch. Alright. So. Yep. So block her. And yeah, Monstrosity can take you out. Alright. Yep. And do I want the H? Yeah, I should sacrifice the food. Just so I'm not completely dead. Alright. Yep, didn't get the mana, just... Okay, so I can at least... There, prototype. Alright. Well... All I can do is bring it down, so... Yeah, lost again. To be fair, though, it's not as if... It's, again, first time we got mana screwed, and we got mana starved. It is what it is, though. But yeah, I'm dead. Just on board damage. The flying damage I can't get around, so... Oh well. If I had managed to somehow get, like, Invasion of... If I got the 1 mana to do Invasion of Urgothua, I could have crippled their board a bit more, and it wouldn't have been as big a deal. Because I did have 2 of them, so I would have been able to do, you know, some fun games with that. But, didn't get it. Just out of spite. But that's a... See, I like this. This duel was fun. Because this duel was back and forth, there was a lot of cool plays. And yeah, it basically was defined by being out of black mana, you know, not having enough black mana for my high-end stuff. Which, it's gonna happen. But, if you can walk away still smiling and feel like you played well, so be it. I have no problem saying I lost all 3 games and going, yeah, but I like the way the deck works. And there'll be ways we'll be able to adjust it and work on it. Going back through and going, okay, so these cards didn't work out, this didn't. Okay. See, and the problem is we're probably going to end up mana starved because we have too many high cards. So we will actually Okay, I'll keep this. And we'll actually toss back... I want to do No One Left Behind, but... Yeah, no. Okay. Because... Oh, come on! Huh. Tried Thea 2. No, actually I haven't. I'll have to try it out. Well, I'll have to see. My computer's pretty much a potato, so we'll have to see. Fear of Failed Tests. Enchantment Creature Nightmare. Interesting. Alright. A 4X game that's also a text and card game. It feels kind of like it's going to stretch itself a little too far. Alright, I can live with this. Not the greatest opening hand, but there's some work we can do. It sucks to be stuck with this, but... Alright. So, Minstrosity, obviously, is turn 2. Then we'll go into Midnight Reaper, into Etched Familiar. Mobile Homestead. Vehicle. Interesting. Okay, yeah, Midnight Reaper. Alright. And they're playing green, which means they should have some build up here, because green is the color for, okay, I get extra mana, and I get extra mana, and I get extra mana. Green, above all else, is very much the, I consistently have land. Alright. Alright. Nah, I'll take the hit. Okay. And for 4 mana... Ooh, we can get it out. Oh no, that's cycling. Never mind. I was gonna say, I didn't think so. Yeah, nah, I don't want to cycle it. Alright. And we won't do an attack this turn. I could have hit with Midnight Reaper itself, but I want to see. Reveal as though his power were 2 or greater. Yep, but I at least get 1 card off of it. Okay. Alright, if we draw a swamp, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, and now they're gonna... Okay. Right. Yeah. Get my food out. Get my food. Ah, perfect. So, let's make this a little funnier. And... Yep. Alright. Flying with Trample is such of a rare combination. It just means Maha just basically smacks their way through. Does not matter, does not care. And you can cast a spell on it, but you're going to have to discard a card to do so. Yeah, that's on you, buddy. It's going to cost you to be able to hurt it. Alright. And Maha already gave me what I really wanted. So... Alright. So, let's see. Okay, so we do that. Sacrifice that. And no attacks. Yep. And you can... I say you can crew it, you can saddle it. Doesn't have trample, so... Alright. So... You know what? Go ahead. Because that gets rid of the house. I get extra HP back. And he's going to play another mobile homestead. That's fine. Ooh. And I get you out for dirt cheap. And you out. And I could get... No one left behind. Oh, of course we're bringing Maha back. Oh, I can't afford it. Oh, 3 value. Okay. In which case, let's go... Yeah, Midnight Reaper. Hit the wrong card. Okay. There we go. Now some fun's about to be had. Yep, gonna buff yourself, I assume. Alright. So, you. And actually, I'm gonna let the 6 through. Yep. So I only want 1 to die. And I get 1 for the extra card. Ah, damn. Oh, well. Okay. Was hoping that the extra draw would get me something useful. Oh, well. Oh, well. Gonna buff up the second one? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you got just so much value out of Mobile Homestead. Alright. Well, so, we'll sacrifice you, and... Yep. Yeah, take a damage, get a card. Alright. Yep. Can't afford to attack. Yeah, don't have the Mobile Homestead, so... Wow, how many of those fuck... Wow, top decked. Oh well. And of course it has haste, so I'm dead no matter what. Yeah, yeah. Alright. So, block. And block. Alright. Oh, I wish. A turn earlier, this would have been fantastic. Go ahead, kill me. I'll let you have the kill. Yep, of course, my favorite color. Naturally, I lose all 3 games. It had to be that way. It's the only way this game could go. It is the only way, chat, that this could have gone. My favorite color, naturally I lose all 3. But... Alright. Next up. Alright. Red. R-E-D, red. Ladies and gentlemen, red... Oh boy. Red, damn it. Red is aggressive as all get out. Red is your... Hit things, hit them harder, and keep hitting them. The 2 major abilities in red are haste and... Our haste and when you cast a spell, because there are so many spells in red that just do... This does 3 damage. If you wonder why blue is no, you don't, it's because red exists. Red is just go, go, go. Alright. Like, it can be embodied like Pedal to the Metal here. Target creature gets +X+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Yeah. Just go, 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 hit, 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 hit. But, you know, let's look at the cards. Artifact creature, Dragon Engine. You can prototype it to be a 1/3, or it's a 5/5 with flying for 8. Push to the limit. Return all mounted vehicle cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. Vehicles you control become artifact creatures until end of turn. Creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. Basically, hit them as hard and as fast as you can. Hit the mother load. Discover 10. If discovered cards' mana value is less than 10, create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to the difference. What's Discover, you ask? Discover is you exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card with the mana value 10 or less. You may cast it without paying its mana cost and put it into your hand. Or put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. So yeah, you're looking for the highest value. Yeah. So that's how you could fish out the Dragon Engine. But again, the spell itself is 7 mana, so... Heavyweight Demolisher. Menace, so you have to block it with 2 creatures to do it. At the beginning of your upkeep, tap this creature unless you pay 3. So in other words, this can only attack if you pay 3. But it is an 8/6. And Unearth, you can bring it back for a turn for 8 mana, which then means you would have to... Yeah, no, it's not worth it. Drakaseth, Maw Flame. Legendary Dragon. Flying, whenever this attacks, it deals 4 damage to any target and 3 damage to each of 2 other targets. Yep, all my duels today have all been against real players. It's why I've been losing. Gods. And 3 damage to up to 2 other targets. So, yeah, this is a nuke, basically. The only problem is it requires setup because you can't attack. So you either are giving him haste, which is adding, cost to this, when it's already a 7 cost, or you very likely to see this thing nuked or, eaten by piranhas or whatever other disabling ability everyone else has. Yeah, no. Little too slow for what it needs to be. Dragon Mage. Whenever 7 mana, 5/5, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, each player discards their hand, then draws 7 cards. Nice to refresh your hand, but again, a little too slow and not really worth it that late. Tyrant of Care Ridges. Another dragon, 4/5, flying. When this creature enters, it deals 4 damage to any target. And then you can pay 1 red mana to get it extra attack power for a turn. This is not bad, especially since you get some free damage in addition to getting the 4/5 body. The Trumpety Carnosaur. Trample. When this creature enters, discover 5. 3 mana. Discard this card. It deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Not bad, but... Shivan Dragon. If you can't tell, this is actually an ancient card. This card is actually been around for the longest time. And it's just funny because you can kind of tell that the art isn't quite the same. I don't believe this is the original art, but a remake of the original. But yeah, I used to own this Shivan Dragon, like one of the original releases of it. Lathliss, Dragon Queen. A 6/6 with flying. Whenever another non-token dragon you control enters, create a 5/5 red dragon creature token with flying. And then she can add power to every dragon. So if you want to go an expensive deck, dragon here might be worth it. But just to give you an idea how expensive a dragon deck can be. So Dragon Father. Goblin creatures, so not useful. The Kargan Dragon Rider, as long as you control a dragon, this creature has flying. Magda the Horde Master, whenever you commit a crime, this triggers sacrifice 3 treasures, create a 4/4 Scorpion Dragon creature token with flying. So, that's something. Scorching Dragon Fire. Fire Spitter Whelp. Okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature or dragon spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. A non-creature or dragon spell. Yeah, okay, we've got some... That's something. Phyrexian Dragon Engine has double strike, so it hits twice. When this creature enters from your graveyard, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 3 cards. Melds with Mishra, claimed by Gix. So. Whenever Mishra enters or attack, choose 3. Opponent discards 2 cards. Yeah. Mishra, becomes a 9/9 if you can do... Artifact creature? That might be worth it, actually. Alright, so... Alright. Why not? let's put my foot in my mouth and let's see about making a dragon deck. So, all right. So obviously, the Queen of Dragons. So obviously her. Then Rapacious Dragon. Create treasure tokens. Bonehorde Dracosaur, 5 mana, first strike. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them this turn. If you exile a land card this way, create a 3/1 dinosaur creature token. If you exiled a non-land card, treasure token. Okay. I mean, might as well. Mishrai lost to Phyrexia, but that's a mixed one, and we're looking to stick with solid red, so we'll leave that artifact in, but okay. The Fire Spitter Whelp. I can afford to make, yeah, because there's, like, that's just useful. Okay. Scorching Dragonfire. Deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that creature planeswalker would die, exile instead. Yeah, that's more than. Magda the Horde Master, sure. Kargan, yep. Dragon Fodder we don't need. And we'll keep up the Shivan as well. And yeah, I did like Tyrant. I mean, we might as well take... yeah, we might as well take him. He's a little too expensive to have more than one in him. Like, genuinely just a little too expensive. Shivan Devastator. Flying haste, this creature enters with X +1/+1, sure. Just for shits and giggles. Alright. So that's our basic dragon package. That leaves us with 12. Alright. So then the big thing we want is the idea of what we're going to be looking for is the big show for... Okay, let's see if there's any enchantments that'll help us out. War Squeak. Enchant creature. When the sword enters, target creature an opponent controls can't block this turn. Enchanted creature gets and has haste. Connecting the dots. Whenever creature control attacks, exile the top card of your library face down. Sacrifice this enchantment. Put all cards exiled with this enchantment in their owner's hands. Goblet Oriflame. Attacking creatures you control just get +1/+1. Hoarder's Overflow. Expend 4. Sacrifice an enchantment, discard your hand, draw cards equal to the number of stash counters. Start your engines. When this enchantment enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Okay. Kickoff Celebrations definitely is worthwhile. As long as you control the you know what? The Mishra's Domination I like. When this case enters, draw 2 cards to solve if you have no cards in hand. If unsolved, solve at the beginning of your end step. Solved. At the beginning of your upkeep, discard your hand, then draw 2 cards. Count on Luck. At the beginning of upkeep, exile top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Itali's Favor. Discover 3. Enchanted has Trample. Yeah, no. Okay. Well, so now the real fun begins, because now we get to look at instants and sorceries. Oh yeah, so many just do damage. Hit things, do damage. Crash Through is actually surprisingly useful. Gain Trample until end of turn, and you get to draw a card for 1 mana. That's actually really nice. Might of the Meek, target creature. Yeah. Let's see. We're more looking... Shock just deals damage to whoever. Artifact, destroy creatures. Double a creature's power until end of turn. And you can flashback it for 6. That's funny. Demand answers. As additional cost to spell, sacrifice an artifact or discard a card, then draw. Dragon fodder. Yeah, nope. Galvanize. Lightning strike, the classic. 2 mana for 3 damage. Deals 4 damage to target creature planeswalker. If that creature planeswalker would die, exile instead. That can definitely come in handy. Rat catcher trainee. Pest problem. Create 2 black rats with this creature can't block. Elemental shade. Whenever an opponent casts a spell with value 3 or less, the creature deals 1 damage to that player. Let's see. Destroy target artifact. Because, unfortunately, white usually has the destroy artifact or enchantment. Whereas red is just straight damage. That's what I'm just looking to see if there's anything particular. This spell can't be countered. Let's see. Instant. Change the target of target spell or ability with a single target. That could be very useful. Destroy target vehicle. Grabby giant. Mishra's onslaught. Rumbling rock slide. Sibling rivalry. Gain control of target artifact or creature until the end of turn. Untap it, it gains haste. Interesting. Convoke. Conduct electricity. Conduct 6 and 2 damage up to 1 target creature token. Incinerating blast. I guess we'll go with the classics. We'll go down to some of the classics. Shock. You'd be amazed how often that comes in handy. And you know what? I do like the idea of bulk up. So we'll do a couple of those. And we'll take an extra shock just to add it. Okay. As you might expect. Our average cost is 3.0. Standard. I'm just going to call it D's. You can finish the joke. Oh. Yep. So now let's go try out on these. I'm not even going to make the actual joke. I'm literally going to let you all try it. Alright, first duel. Against Junderway. Alright, not the worst. Okay. I can live with this to start off. Scorching Dragonfire being there to fuck over whatever early game plays. Yep. Evolving Wilds right off the bat. Alright. And again. Yep. The lands that start doing damage, everyone's a real fan of. Alright.
When I win, you're telling me what you know about the Raven Man.
Yep.
I regret that. We all have things we'd rather forget.
Alright. I'll discard you. Alright. And... yep. my little whelp. And of course, each player discards a card.
Drop it.
Alright. Alright. Oh, nice. Perfect. Shocker.
Sorry, I'm not interested in dying today.
Yep. Alright. Yep. And we got the enchantment of... Okay, they're trying to slow me down, Outlaw Medic. And I'm just gonna, yeah, end that right now. Yep. And this is playing red, folks. Kill their stuff and just keep hitting it. Keep hitting face whenever possible, and basically try to rush them down as hard as you can. Yep. And yeah. Yep. And I'm just one short. Alright. And yeah, Evolving Wilds, just looking to get as much mana on his hand, so he'll probably have something big to drop. Elinda, Saint of Dusk. Yeah. Alright. So... yeah, might as well. Draw a card. Okay, actually... I'm not going to attack this turn. Yep. You want to attack, feel free. Hexproof from instance, of course. Oh yeah, no. And... yep, know what? I should have just attacked, but oh well. Alright, here's hoping... okay, well I can get... yeah. Nah. Never mind. Okay. Yep, yep. Okay, now we're in the troublesome part, but... this is what I was worried about. Where I'm one mana short of being able to do anything. Yep. Alright. Oh, hey! Perfect timing. You nuked everything? You were actually in the lead, buddy. Yep. Actually, that was the dumbest move he could have made, killing my stuff. Alright. That's fine. Yeah, he's just looking to kill all my stuff. Yep. Yep. Yeah, he's just looking to waste time and kill all my stuff, so... yeah, Liliana.
A fight? And you think you can win?
Target player sacrifice a creature because, of course, I don't have a choice. Yeah.
I've always hated crowds.
Alright. Alright. Yep.
Isn't how things were supposed to go.
And control. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Hopefully I get one of my nastier cards. Yeah. Yeah, that ain't... I ain't letting that get through, at least. Yeah, they honestly shouldn't have... The biggest mistake they made earlier. Ah! Well, that works. Plus 5, 6. Auto pay. Yes, yes. I mean, I've lost, but whatever. I mean, there's not much I can do about it. Yes, you've won. Hurry up. I'm letting... Wow, really? I don't think they realized they had lethal. I really don't think they realized that. Okay. Alright. And... yeah, no. Like, they have lethal, so I'm just waiting to see. Okay. No surprise. Our deck is a little too high cost. We're too reliant on bigger cards to be able to really compete, but... it's, again, being willing to just play around and see what works and what doesn't, and why it doesn't work. No, I'm not looking to play the most meta competitive deck. Honestly, I find that necessity of people to play the most efficient decks possible is dull. Alright, this is something. I don't like having both Shivens so early, but... alright. Yeah. Alright. Alright, we got 5 mana in hand, so we can see, so with any luck, we'll be able to work with this. Alright. Got a good draw on. Sweet. Alright. Hey, 6 mana, so we'll be able to play it. Alright. And yeah. So, we're at least looking somewhat aggressive here. Alright. That one's got reach. Ah, perfect. Nope. Alright. Play that. Alright. You know what? Just for the draw. And yep, perfect. Poison Dart Frog. It's got reach. 2, the game's Death Touch. Nice. Alright. Yep. Okay. A little mana screwed, but... alright. And you want to spend it on either of these guys? Feel free. I don't really care if you... yeah, at this point I don't really care whichever one you gain Death Touch for. Who you blocking? The Whelp or the Corrigan? Because either way, Corrigan's still going to have flying. Alright. Let's see what you get. Gain a life, draw a card. Alright. Can't cast spell during your turn. Whenever one or more creatures you control each have power greater than its base power, deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Okay. So if you buff anything, yeah, he was dead no matter what. Yep. And that's how you corner someone. It's just like, oh. Yeah. So not bad. We definitely have... Like, it's not great. If we get lucky, we can get a good hand, but... Here we go. Last one. Alright. Yeah, not the worst. Alright. We could get kind of fucked on this for the lack of mana, but we'll see. Alright, but we get to draw and discard, so... Oh yay, Authority of the Consuls already. Oh well, kick off celebrations. And we'll discard... Yeah, Shivan. Nice. Okay, that gets us... Alright, so... Doesn't really do much. Wow, still terrified that I'm gonna have to destroy it. That's so funny. Alright, Sylvan, well... Alright, and we have the 5 mana, so we'll be able to start... Wow. Yeah, so this is just a deck of no, no you don't. Okay. So this is a blue-inspired white deck. Of just, no, I'm not letting you do anything. No fun. Oh. And... Yep. And when that gets in... Create 2 treasure tokens. Nice. And... I'm just going to use that to get rid of the cat. Just exile, just cause. Alright. Enduring Innocence. And a bird. Well, got some mana. Commit a crime, create... Alright. Alright. Gonna block it still. Alright. One more hit for starting our engines. Alright. Yep. Alright. And... Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Working, keeping their HP in check. Alright, and of course... Oh well. Draw a card. Okay. Alright. And we'll just go with it. Yeah. Yep. Okay, Twin Blade Paladin. Okay, not much I can do about it at this point. Yay! Let's get it up to a 6. Or a 7. Huh? Auto pay. Yep. Yep. Alright. Alright. Yeah, go ahead. Get your precious and then your axe. Alright. Yep. Alright. Yeah, just these are a lot of the meta competitive decks where it's just like they're just throwing down whatever. Yeah. Ah, perfect. Alright. Yep. And no attack this turn. Alright. Yep. You guys are gonna add double attack, so. Alright. Alright, if I gotta sacrifice it. I survived the first strike. Nope, no damage to me. And my turn. Alright. And, yep. 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 And go ahead. At the very least, we at least got him low. If he kills me this turn, so be it. Yep. And that's how a battle can go, back and forth, back and forth. Oh, I'm sure I won't doubt if I've lost. Nope. Looks like I got it. Yep. Alright. And the rest. Yep. Alright. Exact kill. And I did have damage in my hand that I would have been able to finish them off no matter what. So, yeah. And I believe that's our second duel, right? So we have one... No, because we lost one... No, we lost 2, and then we got... No, that's our third game, right? I lost track. Yeah, I'm fairly sure that's our third game. Which leaves us with the last of the 5. And one of the most terrifying on some levels, color green. The color of life, vibrancy, and big, big, big fucking animals. Okay. Standard format. Alright. Scrolling all the way over to the far and strongest creatures. The centerpieces of your deck. Ghalta, Stampede Tyrant. A 12/12 for 8 mana that has trample, and when it enters, put any number of creature cards from your hand into the battlefield. Fuck their cost, don't fucking matter. You just get them straight out and you just attack. Yeah. So, it's understandable where that might be a centerpiece. The Pelakka Worm. Trample, 7/7 for 7 mana. So, its cost ain't great. When this creature enters play, you gain 7 life. When the creature dies, you draw a card. So it's quick to get in. You are more than happy to let this thing live and die and just do damage. The Iron Craw Crusher. You can prototype it for 4 mana to be a 2/5, or 7 mana for whenever this creature attacks, target attacking creature gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is this creature's power, which can be buffed. Disgusting. Our Boulder Branch Golem. Can prototype for 4 mana to be 3/3. When this creature enters, you gain life equal to its power. Or the Topiary Panther, a plant cat that does trample 6/5, not especially noteworthy. Rampaging Bayless, landfall. Whenever you control enters, you may create a 4/4 green beast creature token. Or the Quilled Greatworm. We actually saw this earlier. Somebody else was running it. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage during your turn, put that many +1/+1 counters on it. It must survive to get the counters. You may cast this card from your graveyard by removing 6 counters from among creatures you control, in addition to paying other costs. It's expensive and you can resurrect it, but it's kind of a finicky thing. Primeval Bounty. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a 3/3 beast creature token. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 3/1/1 counters on creature you control. And whenever you control whenever a land you control enters, you get 3 life. Primeval Bounty is just really good. I'll craft a second one because that's obviously it's mythic for a reason. It's just that good. Migrating Ketradon. Reach. When this creature enters, you gain 4 life. Not bad. Because reach especially means you don't have to fear the a lot of like blue decks and white decks flying creatures. So reach is just awesome, but typically speaking, it's mostly just a deterrent. The Guff Triplets. When this creature enters, if it isn't a token, create 2 tokens that are copies of it. When this creature dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to the power on each creature you control named Guff Triplets. So-so. Earthshaker Dreadmaw. When this creature enters, draw a card for each other dinosaur you control. Okay. That's something for 6 mana. But then that means you have a bunch of dinosaurs on the assumes you have dinosaurs on the field, which it might not be. When this creature enters, scry 2. The Cactarantula. This spell costs 1 less to control if you can control a desert. Has reach. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. Actually, you know what? I like that. So you know what we'll do? Let's see what spiders we have. So what spiders do we have access to? That one. The Spinner of Souls has reach. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand and then the rest on the bottom. For 3 mana, that's actually a really good searcher. Spider Food. Destroy up to 1 artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying, and then create a food token. You know what? That's pretty good too, especially getting rid of enchantments. Snare Spinner. Reach. Whenever this creature blocks a creature with flying, it gets +2 attack. And Copper Longlegs. Reach. Sacrifice this creature. Proliferate. Nah. Alright, so we've got a nice starting thing of some spiders. So there, that's something we could start with. Let's see, so where were we? Anything else? It was there. Biogenic Upgrade. Distribute 3 1/1 tokens. 1, 2, 3 creatures, then double the number of +1 on each of those creatures. Oi. Aggressive Mammoth. See, this is one I always have a soft spot for. Because this just turns what is normally only would be one relatively strong creature, because 8/8 for 6 is still really damn good. But this having trample and then giving everything else trample, that feels like a oh shit moment for an opponent. When this creature enters, you may have a fight creature target you don't control. Vengeful Creeper. Disguise. You may cast this face down for a 3 as a 2/2 creature with Ward 2. Turn it face up anytime for its disguise cost. When this creature's turned face up, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Actually, not bad. Reach and Trample. Railway Brawler. Whenever another creature you control enters, put X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is its power. That's actually kind of devastating, so yeah, no, that's... Even just having one of him. And... Malamet Veteran. Has Trample, Descend... Nah. Hivespine Wolverine. Hero's Bane, the Hydra. This creature enters with 4 +1/+1 counters on it. For 4 mana, put a +1 counter on that creature where X is its power. Ah, so you can just start doubling it. Gingerbread Hunter. When this creature enters, create a food token. Or you can cast as an instant to target creature gets -2 until end of turn. Gigantosaurus, just 5 mana for a 10/10. In a solid green deck, there's no reason to not take it. It just is one of those, okay, well, that's a threat. It doesn't have trample, so it's just going to get distracted or worked down, but yeah. And so we have the spiders. So we're looking for, at this point, cat mount. More looking treetop sentries. Forage. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard and sacrifice a food. Treeguard Duo. When this creature enters until end of turn, target creature you control gains vigilance and gains XX, where X is the number of creatures. Whenever you would cast a spell with mana value 5 or greater, yeah. I think we're hitting the point. Because the other major effect of green is going to be its cheap creatures allowing you access to... things allowing you easy access to extra mana. And that's where we're looking for, like, our cheap creatures. 42 out of 60. One of the classics, Giant Growth. Creature just gets +3 until end of turn. Just 1 mana. Glow Clamp Lantern. Yeah, let's see. So we're looking for the mana generators. They'll be... Ah, there we go. The classic, Druid of the Cowl. Two mana to produce extra. And... just thinking... Hard Bristle Bandits. Hunter's Talent. When this class enters, control deals damage equal to its target creature you don't control. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 until it gains trample until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. You know what? Hunter's Talent. We'll pick up, honestly, 3 of them. I think will be nice. Yeah. So we'll take those for extra draw, extra mana. Because, yeah, basically to support all this, you need some relatively small fries. So, yeah, Llanowar Elves. And... from there, like I said, Giant Growth is just a classic. And... Mask of the Land, Jade Crafter, Mosswood Dead Knight. Looking for something that'll... There we go, Gaia's Gift. Put a 1/1 counter on a target creature you control. It gains Reach, Trample, Hexproof, and Indestructible until end of turn. There we go. So, we're looking to get up to like Cactrantula, an Aggressive Mammoth, and just basically run over things. Railway Brawler, yeah. Basically, get big, get swole. That's what we're looking for, folks. Get swole. Alright. So, nice balance. Alright. So get big, get swole. That's what we're looking to do tonight. Let's see how we do. Players with mythic orange names are Wizards of the Coast employees. Make sure to say hello. Because, yeah, even the developers have to play just to make sure the game's, you know, running like it's supposed to. And plus, they're all usually fanatics of the game they're playing, so... Alright. Yeah, we'll keep it. Alright. Oh, we're up against another green deck. Oh boy. This is about to get funny. Druid of the Cowl. Nope, Wildborn Preserver. Nice. No attacks. And next turn we'll be able to throw down Gigantosaurus. Ah, there's their Druid. Alright. Pay 1 to get it a little stronger. Nope, no blocks. And this is why no blocks. And they're gonna be like, in the year of 2025, someone actually fucking playing Gigantosaurus. Yeah, I know. I know I'm a weirdo like that. Alright. Hey, another Druid of the Cowl. Alright. Just gonna attack with the Gigantosaurus. Okay. Yep. And I still have enough extra mana excess to drop a guy as gift if they try to do something funny. Because the fact that they're playing green-black means they have access to Death Touch. So I'm waiting for it. Because one of the most famous cards in a black deck is 3 black mana that just says Murder. Because that's all it does, is destroy 1 target creature. And you don't have the X to be able to get that +1/+1. Oh, you do. Alright, gonna use it. Cool. Gonna attack or not? Gonna attack or not? My turn. Alright. We could get away with Cactarantula. But I think I'd rather... Yeah, Primeval Bounty. And we'll attack with you. No, not. We're not going to. Because now that Primeval Bounty's out. Alright, now they're worried. And I get another beast. And then I get to attack. Go ahead. Gotta sacrifice something to it. Well, thank you. Alright. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, I love Gaia. Gaia's gift. It's really cruel. Alright. So, get some stuff back. And... Yep. Your mana's burnt, so you can't do much. Alright. And then Cactarantula. Next turn. And we'll just attack with them. And you know what? I'll even be nice. Yep. He knows he's dead next turn, so unless he's gonna have to throw something down to block. Alright. That's one. Unfortunately, his deck's built more around building up those +1/+1 tokens, which is all well and good when you can start to advance, but I kind of... Being able to drop Gigantosaur kind of fucks that tempo up. Okay, well, I'll get myself another +1/+3/3. 14 and the Cactuar. Alright. Yep. It's like... No. Yeah, go ahead and throw it on the cactus. And no. I was waiting for it. Yeah, I knew you had fucking... He's trying to figure out what just happened. I put hexproof on the Gigantor sword, basically. I was using it defensively. Yeah. I've been holding on because I knew for a fact he had... playing green-black, you always have a couple of cards that will always say, this dies. If there's a problem, it dies. Especially with a token-focused deck like that, you need to be able to just drop things and get them out of your face. So, yeah, that's where using Gaia could have done it offensively to try and end it sooner, but then they would have gotten that and they could have swung tempo back to their own side. So, it's purely a, well, one way or the other. This isn't great, but you know what? I mean, let's see how it goes. Okay. So, Hunter's Talent. Alright. Oh, Llanowar, now we get it. Well, we'll do this first. So, we have the Hunter's Talent. We need to pay 2. Oh, they're doing this deck. Okay, this is a classic white one, built around Ajani's Pridemate, which puts a 1-1... gets a 1-1 every time something heals him. So... Alright. So next turn we'll upgrade our class. Yeah. Yes, yes. And the Johnny's is still a 4/4, so you want... Yeah, that's what I thought. Put that back, motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So, Llanowar. Alright, we'll actually save the mana. We won't attack. Because what we basically want to do is... Yep. Yeah. So Johnny's Pridemate gets more. Yep. Yep. And they're going to attack. You sure about that? Alright. Okay. 2 blockers. Then I'm just going to make sure my Spider Slave lives. Yep. It'll be worth it. Yep. Sweet. Alright. So then from there... Can't do Primeval Bounty, but we can add another Spinner of Souls. And then I'll add level 2. And from there, then I'll do... Plus, yep. That's fine. Yeah, because I want that gone no matter what anyway. Yep. Yep. 6/6. Combat, you may sacrifice a creature of your choice. If it does, tap this creature. Nah. You can have it. Alright. Well, we got what we came for. Alright. Nah, I'm good. Alright. We got Primeval Bounty out, so now things get fun. Yep. Yes, yes. I'm more than willing to take that hit. Because at the end of the day, the only HP number that matters is the difference between 0 and 1. So, Cactrantular. And Llanowar Elves. Nope, I'm good. Nope, no attacks for this round. Alright, it's got Death Touch, so yeah. Okay. Nope. An attack. Hey! And we could do... Yeah, I think it's time to move up to level 4. And we'll leave this be. Alright. Nope, I'm good. I am, however, going to attack with this big spider. Blockers. Alright. Well, that's what Gaia's Gift is for. And we'll put that on the spider. Nice. Yep. And it's indestructible. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. So now I have 2 big 7/6s. Alright. Alright, that's fine. Yep. Another specific thing that would have been useful to throw in this deck is green tends to have a couple of cards that say destroy target creature with flying. This is why this exists. I'm good. Alright. My turn. Hey! Look who it is. Yep. Gonna try and destroy it. Alright. Let's see. Nah, we're good. Enter exile creature, target creature. Okay. Going after my mammoth. I could... Yeah, might as well. And we'll add more to Cactrantular. So it can't be exiled. Yep. Basically, we're both just building up our boards. And he's got a bunch of real powerful stuff. But I'm no slouch either. Basically, my hope is to make a wide enough board with a number of... with enough beasts that I just overrun him in one shot. That's the hope, anyway. And no attacks. Alright. Yep. Yeah. And effectively, this is... Bear in mind, this is pretty much, I think, one of the meta-relevant decks, so it's just like... Yeah, this is some of the best you can do. Because there's no health cap. Unlike a lot of other games, there is no health cap. So it's not like there's a limit to how much he can have. Like, that's the thing that makes Magic so weird, is there is no quite limit on what you can gain. And he's just gaining HP every turn due to his monster effects. And every time he gains HP, 2 of his creatures get stronger. Yeah, the only thing that's keeping him alive is the fact that 1716. And it's there, but it's terrifying for him because he knows I have Gaia's Gift, which buffs up with my creatures, and I could still kill it. Yep. Nah, I'm good. And he's... basically, when he feels he has a critical mass, he'll come barreling down on me. Alright. Yeah. And I can just keep walling up because I'm building up things too. Ah, there we go. That's one of the cards I've been waiting for, is Giant Growth. Alright. Because this is what I've been waiting for, so I can target specific creatures. Zombie Assassin. Yeah. And then he just keeps getting more life, and those creatures get stronger. Yeah. Alright. And yeah, he has 2 big exceptions. But note that everything else around them is relatively small fries. And more devastating, I have Trample. So, yeah, this is just... Yeah, see, you can see how this all builds and feeds off of each other. Alright. Alright, my turn. Bear in mind, I have a good amount of HP as well, and it's just... Alright, so... Nope, I'm good there. And all attack except you. No, not even you two. Everyone goes. Target an attacking creature. Yeah, you. Alright, go ahead and start assigning blockers. Because this is where the fun happens. Because bear in mind, every one of my creatures has trample, so I'm getting damage directly through to him. Yeah, he has to now figure out what to assign to what. And bear in mind, I have answers depending on how he does things. See, now the hard part is the mathing out of, shit, okay, this goes here, this goes here. Because, yeah, those 2 big, the 21 and the 1313 can only block 1 creature at a time. Really, that's all you're taking. You're taking all this. Alright, well, first things first. I'm not losing the mammoth. And I'll add some more to you. Then Giant Growth on one of the boars. And we'll add more to... Yeah, those... Alright. So, 7 damage. 10... Yep. I probably have lost it, but oh well. To be fair, I'm losing to, as you can tell, a meta deck. Yeah. Like, yeah. Yep. Top card in my library, top card in my library, sure. Hey, there's Gigantosaur, Taurus. And you? Like, I'm not gonna survive this. Well, actually, no. Neither of them have flying, so... Yep. Neither of them have flying or trample, so... Actually, I could theoretically survive this, but I don't think I will. You know what? This time I will. Tap that so you don't get to use it. And yeah. Alright. Yeah, he doesn't have enough damage output. Because all I need to do is sacrifice the 2 beasts to block his heavy hits. Yeah, like that doesn't go through, that doesn't go through. And I can block, yeah, the rabbits, no problem. Oh, wait, nope, not that one. Yeah, that rabbit. Okay. Hey! Yeah, might as well. Yeah. And, yeah. Oh, right. Target a creature I don't control. You. There we go. And... yeah, I can afford to level it up. And... yep, level it the whole way. Oh no, not today. Okay, all attack. Yeah. And you? Nope. Yeah. I had to play defensive until I had just enough power to overwhelm and bypass. Because he had 2 individual heavy hitters. But I had a more wide board of options, which gave me more control and more options to play with. Nowhere to Run enchantment. Flash, when this enchantment enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-3. Creatures your opponent's control can be targets of spells and abilities as though they didn't have hexproof. Ward abilities of those creatures don't trigger. Jesus! Holy! That's cruel. I love it. For 2 mana, no less. Alright. Love that. Alright. Let's get swole one last time, folks. Stretch. Feel it. Alright. Xavier, our final opponent for the night. Alright. Not bad. Pretty good start off hand. I'm good. Opponent goes first. Having a giant growth in hand from the start means we can make some real work out of our spider. Oh, gods. Yeah, if you're doing a solid green deck, you just do yourself a disservice by not running Gigantosaur. Alright, perfect timing, Druid. Alright. Like, this card exists for just straight green decks. And we'll be able to play it soon. In the meantime, another spider. And, might as well Hunter's Tale it. Target creature I control. Yep, 1 damage to it just because I can. I could have waited until we had, Gigantosaur out, but I don't expect it to live. Well, then again, this is a green-white, so we'll see. Vengeful Townsfolk. Never will reach. Okay. Hey. That feeling of, oh, fuck you, dude. No. Just that feeling, I can just feel their glare going, you fucking serious, dude? Yes. It's a mono green deck. I don't see why you wouldn't play this. It doesn't have trample. It's not that dangerous. I totally don't just have a second one in hand. And it's just that moment of them looking at it going, did I put Petrify in this deck? Did I put Pacifism in this deck? Nope. I guess they didn't. Yep. Yeah, we'll start with that. So the citizens don't get their buff. Oh god. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry to be that asshole. I genuinely actually do feel bad for that. I do feel bad for that because there are so few answers when someone just drops 20 damage and you're just looking at it going, the fuck are you doing? Gigantosaur is such of a pain in the ass card to deal with. Oh, gods. Alright. But, for all the time we spent playing today, we did pick up a ton of gold and experience, so we'll grab another of the mythic packs of the current run, Aether Drift, so that they'll be as relevant as long as possible. So we got 2 packs to open with. The regular Aether Drift gets us Molt Tender, Insect Druid for 1 green mana. Mill a card. Exile a card from your graveyard. Add 1 mana of any color. Interesting. So a good multicolor deck. And Aganosaur Rex. 8/8 for trample for 5 mana. Jesus. Okay. When you cycle this card, put 2 1/1 counters onto 1 target creature or vehicle. It gains trample and indestructible until end of turn. Yeah. As you can tell, indestructible is one of my favorite abilities. It is such of a good just trip-up mechanic to make someone go, oh, come on! Hexproof and... yeah. And just a rare wild card. We just got Roadside Assistance. Enchant creature or vehicle. When the aura enters, create a 1/1 colorless pilot creature. Enchanted permanent gets +1/+1 and has lifelink. Nice. Stampeding Scurryfoot. Put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Create a 3/3 elephant creature token. That is actually not bad. Prowcatcher Specialist. Exhaust. Put 2 1/1 counters on this creature. Nice. Yeah, no, these are all fantastic. Alright, folks. So, looks like we got a mastery thing. Oh, I think it's spend orbs. Because I think that I got my second orb earlier, and so we get to unlock some little cosmetic. Yep. So a card back. So what the back of my decks can look like, or a custom version of one of the cards. For the card backs, if I was to pick one, let's see, there's the Fancy Floating Car, the Death Wagon, the Jet Car, the Chariot, the Explosive Car, Sailboat, the Airship, and Big Dog. Big Dog. 90% of people are going to go for Big Dog. I'm going to go for the Hull Drifter. Yeah. I think it looks pretty good. Alright. So there's that. Achievements. Let's see. Craft 100 cards. Oh, okay. Sweet. And I think that's about it, folks. So. Alright. March only. Companion of the month. If I somehow got 12,000 gold or somebody gave me enough money for 800 gems, I get a little dinosaur buddy. I don't really care that much. Sorry, a lot of this stuff just doesn't appeal to me. Cosmetic stuff has always been kind of bland to me. Still, a lot of fun. Gems, packs, daily deals, bundles, cosmetics. Anything in there that looks really good to me. Save up gold for, like, little dragon buddy. Nah. I kind of like the Black Lotus. Yeah, but that's 6,000. There's a lot of packs I could get with that money. Phineas. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Anyway, folks, I want to thank you all for joining me. I have been the Ephemeral One, and this has been Magic the Gathering Arena. We did the monocolor decks. From there, well, unfortunately, folks, then we start getting into the really nasty bit of mixed decks. And oh gods, the mixed decks are fun. Alright, folks, thank you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now, folks.